what you leave in your children. Values, financial discipline, wealth, and knowledge to succeed in life. Education through exposure will create a better world. There isn't much positive news in the media these days, and exposure is the key to what's possible for yourself and your families to live a life you've always dreamed of. You can do it. Don't fake it until you make it. Faith it until you make it. Take consistent and intentional action, and your wish will be fulfilled.
Well, Lord, Loretta Dooley Wessel said, stop messing around. Do you really want success? Stop messing around. Do you really want success? Now, I'm not going to have her talking to me like that, but she's speaking truth to power. Is she speaking to your inner self? Let's dig in. Because I had to ask myself that, am I messing around? Are you messing around? Let's find out. Go ahead. Hit the emojis. Bring on Loretta, because we need to find out what Loretta knows so we can get moving. See y'all in a few minutes.
What if you could do right by your family? You want to live in good neighborhoods and have access to extracurricular activities for your family, don't you? It's better to send your kids to the best schools for quality education, isn't it? Why, that's not possible, you might say. I don't have enough money, I don't have enough time, and my circumstances are really tough. While some of those statements may be true, it's really your belief system that has you stuck. But if you are ready to hear the truth, say yes. If you are ready to stop messing around and break the cycle of negativity, say yes. According to a published 2020 study on 233 millionaires, over 75% of those millionaires were self-made, meaning they didn't inherit their money. 51% of them were entrepreneurs, and 41% of that population came from poor households. People, we have no excuse. With technology available at our fingertips today, it is easier than ever to start your own business. My name is Loretta Wetzel, also known as Mama Soul Wisdom, where I share old school wisdom for a new generation. I am passionate about families and entrepreneurship. Why? Because it is the only way to gain a competitive edge in life for yourself and your family. Business ownership develops multiple streams of income and eventually points toward passive income where you begin to build true wealth. I am on a mission to impact 500,000 individuals and families to monetize their own unique gifts and start their own business using the tools of entrepreneurship. I've had the privilege of helping families to change the trajectory of their lives by guiding them in starting a small business, everything from hair salons to real estate investing. My promise to you is to help individuals and families become financially independent through entrepreneurship. But first, you gotta stop messing around. Are you just gonna keep watching reruns of Empire or Build One? Are you gonna keep watching Power or claim your own power? I'm from the Chi, and I choose not to get caught up in that drama. If you want your family involved in your business in whichever way you define family, your children will imitate you, period. It doesn't matter if it's past their bedtime. They will pick up your behaviors through adult conversation or worse yet, in the street. Let me share something with you that might be shocking. I remember being a kid, about 8 years old, and my mom would put me to bed at 9 p.m. She thought I was going to sleep. Instead, I had a small flashlight hidden underneath my covers, and I would read for about 90 minutes. Then I would flip my pillow from my headboard to the foot of my bed, crack the bedroom door open just a teeny tiny bit so I could see the kitchen TV. I remember sneaking and watching The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson when adults could still smoke on TV and I could hear grown-up conversations. Here's some old school wisdom for you. Little pitchers have big ears. It's your choice how you spend time with your family. But choose wisely, grasshopper, because you are being watched and imitated. If every man you bring home you sleep with and you think your sons and daughters aren't going to grow up and do the same thing, you are sadly mistaken. And ladies, just because a man takes you out to dinner doesn't mean you have to have sex with him. It had to be a man that created the phrase hit it or quit it. But I won't go there so we can keep this G-rated. So, how do I start my own business? I don't know. Well, that's okay, because honey, I didn't know how to do half the things I'm doing today 10 years ago. You see, part of my professional career included being an HR executive at a major airline. I worked in corporate America for 15 years, coming to work early, staying late, and sacrificing precious time away from my family. My boss called me into his office one day. He said, "Loretta, the company is undergoing a corporate merger, and we have to let one of our top managers go. And it's going to be you." Me? What? I sat there and tears just started streaming down my face. Me, the dedicated employee who showed up for 15 years. Me, the employee who lived and breathed the corporate culture. Me. My boss had just yanked the rug out from underneath my feet, and I was angry. Talk about an angry black woman. Woo-wee. But after I calmed down, it really hit me. I was terrified. I had 3 strikes against me. Number 1, I was literally unemployed with no potential job interviews in sight. 2, I'm graced with age, and companies were hiring millennials straight out of college and giving them 1/3 of my 6-figure income salary. But number 3 was the kicker. I thought I was going to have to break a promise to my 2 children in college with out-of-state tuition. Hello, baby. Mama lost her job. So that means you're going to have to come home from college and leave your dreams behind. Now, I don't have time today for the full story, but what I will share with you is that I transitioned into becoming a successful entrepreneur. And I used the tool of real estate investing. When I generated $80,000 net profit on my first real estate deal, results not typical, I never looked back. Moving forward, I've expanded my business as a prominent family entrepreneur expert using my 6P system that I have developed over the years with powerful results. Parents have personally thanked me for transforming generations to come. Here's what I want you to know. 99% of success is built on former failure. In my workshop, I'll reveal the first steps to legitimately start your own business. But first, you gotta stop messing around. You must be willing to take a risk on yourself and create what you want in this world. Write this down. The acronym CREATE stands for the following. C is for creating your why. If you don't know why you want to start your own business and achieve success, when times get rough, you won't have anything to anchor onto. R is for reading books. Most CEOs read a minimum of 100 books per year. If you choose to be a CEO of your own business, then you gotta act like one. E is for excel, and let me be clear, that does not mean perfectionism. It does mean doing the best you have with what you've got. A stands for affirmations. How does our mind know what to believe? By verbally speaking affirmations. This helps strengthen our new beliefs and restructure our thought patterns so we can take action and manifest our dreams. T is for training. You can learn all day long, but if you don't apply what you have learned, it will never come to pass. And E is for experiencing life. Don't squash your dreams. Life is meant to be abundant, experiencing all that the world has to offer. But in order to create, you gotta stop messing around. You gotta what? That's right. Stop messing around. Here are 3 success factors for families and business owners to help you achieve success. Number 1, gratitude. Everything begins with gratitude. It can transform common days into holidays, turn routine jobs into joy, and change ordinary opportunities into blessings. Gratitude is not a challenge, it's a choice. 2, raise your vibrational frequency. It's the difference between action and reaction. Action produces results. It may not be the results you're looking for, but you can adjust and do it again. Reaction usually starts with a trigger and you stay in a negative emotional state, producing no results. There are many ways to raise your vibrational frequency, and dancing to my favorite music is one of them. 3, self-esteem. When you have high self-esteem, you are willing to take calculated risk necessary for an entrepreneur. You don't allow people to place you in false frames, meaning they are defining who you are instead of you defining who you are. Remember, there is a purpose for everyone that you meet. Some people come into your life to test you. Some come into your life to teach you. Some, they come to use you. And then there are some that bring out the very best in you. Don't wait. Take action. Text the keyword START to the number listed below and begin creating the life you've always wanted for yourself and your family. I can guide you to business success as long as you're willing to take the action. It all starts with saying yes to your life, saying yes to the ones that you love, and saying yes to what's possible. Walk with me on this journey and I will not let you down. Remember, the opposite of fear is not love. The opposite of fear is empowerment. Create your dream business and start taking baby steps today.
Do what I was going to do. And I remember just sitting there thinking that I was just lost. I had nothing. I chose marketing because I love being a creative. I love being future thinking, and I absolutely live for strategizing. And marketing is a culmination of all of those things. And so it puts my greatest strengths at the forefront of what I do. I built this business for my son. So I have a legacy that outlasts myself and is something that I can give back to him. And I also do this for all multiracial children around the world so that we don't have to feel like we have to check more than one box or have to be something that fits into the mold that everybody else wants. We are individuals, we are phenomenal, and we deserve the chance to not have to meet what everybody else wants us to be. We just want to be ourselves. Hi, I'm Raylan Logan, and I'm the founder and owner of Gray Digital Marketing here in Portland, Oregon. For those who decide to work with me, I want them to be able to amplify their business's efforts and grow their business seamlessly through organic strategies utilizing social media. My business gives me the freedom to be able to help children. It is one of my greatest passions in life. And so I take that extra time that I have, that extra money, and I put it forward into the community, whether that's at my son's school with my high school cheerleading team or with the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Everything I do that I give back to is anchored and centered around giving children a better place to live. Hi. So I just wanted to share a quick story with all of you. And I'm going to take it back into time. Precisely April 3rd, 2020. On April 3rd, 2020, I was working hard at a not so high paying job and crossing my fingers, I wasn't going to get laid off due to COVID because I'm a single mom and there weren't a lot of jobs to go around. However, I worked in staffing and womp womp, no jobs to go around means nobody is looking for new candidates. So on April 3rd, 1 week before my 30th birthday, I was let go and I was devastated. I remember I sat on my bedroom floor and I stared at the wall for a good 4 hours before my other half came up and was like, "What's wrong?" Fast forward to a couple weeks later, I'm sitting on the couch watching my little one play, just trying to figure out what I was going to do next. And I decided to open up Gray Digital, a social media and diverse and inclusive marketing consulting agency named after my son, Grayson. So my name is Ray Litt. I am the founder of Gray Digital Marketing, and I help entrepreneurs and businesses take the time suck out of social media and turn it into a scroll-stopping moneymaker. And I am so excited to share with you some of my key tips that I use to ensure that businesses are successful and they are moving the needle towards growing their business, both in revenue and brand awareness. So to really kick things off, to help you be able to make that switch today in your business, you're going to do the following. We are going to learn how to get our followers off of social. Counterintuitive, I know, but that's step one. We're going to get our followers off of social. We are going to learn how to write copy to our key audience. And we are going to learn how to make sure every post has a call to action. So I'm going to cover again, just in case you were looking down and trying to write notes. We're going to learn how to get your following off of social media. We are going to learn how to write copy to your core audience. And we are going to learn how to write a call to action every time. So step one, how to take your social media following off of social media. You do not own social media, full stop. If Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter were to disappear right now, however many followers you have will be gone. But if you can get your following off of social media and onto your email marketing list, or in some place where they are interacting with you, in a place where you own that list becomes yours. That following becomes yours, and you have better control over how to own your revenue stream. So our goal is to be able to take our following and get them onto an email marketing list and or some other group that you own that is not owned by another entity. One of the very best ways to do this is in your bio, in your header image, in any way where people are immediately seeing your brand. Your goal is to, instead of having a link that just goes to your website or goes to a link tree with lots of options, we're going to work to just get it on a landing page that is a lead magnet to get folks onto your email list. Some of you might be like, well, I have a link tree, so I'll just make it my first one. No, we want a very clear and concise way to get people onto your email list, because a confused mind always says no. So give them one option. By giving them one option, they had two choices subconsciously to say, yes, I'm willing to give you your information because I really want said lead magnet, or no, thank you, I'm not going to fill it out. So give them one option to make the choice between yes and no. Number 2 is writing copy to your core audience. I'm just here to just like throw a wrench in everything these days, but you're going to write distinctly to 2 different type of people while writing to 1. You want your copy to resonate with those who know you and those who don't. So you have your current following. They know you, they like you, they trust you. And because they know you, like you, and trust you, they probably are following along with everything that you're saying. They know that your dog's name is Coco. They know that your son's name is Gray. They know you. But somebody might not know you and be walking along the imaginary Instagram train and find your page. And when they find your page on this very first post, they need to feel like they're a part of your group too. So when you're writing that copy, we want to be able to give context for those who don't know you and be warm and welcoming to those who do. And so you're going to marry that in your copy. So if I were to talk about my trip to Maui and about the time that I almost puked on a whale, I would start that off with, let me tell you about the time that I almost puked on a whale. This might sound crazy because you know I don't live in Maui, and you're giving context to the other group that they don't know where you live. So saying I don't live in Maui when I have a tropical brand is really telling and giving context. And my regular audience is like, oh, here she goes again with a wild story. So we're going to just continuously keep marrying the fact that the people who don't know you need context, and the people who know you need a story to continue to know, like, and trust you. And then when you're writing that post, and the thing that I see so much lacking from other groups is that there's not a call to action on every single post and a clear call to action. So when I was chatting with you about getting your following off of social media, I made the comment that you want to send them to a landing page where they only have one choice and a subconscious second choice. If you were to scroll through your social right now and read a post that you made, you either did or did not put a call to action. And when I say call to action, I'm not saying come buy this. I'm saying you're asking the audience to take some form of action. So that could be put a heart emoji in the comments if you agree. Share with me your favorite type of coffee. When you went to recess as a little kid, did you prefer Foursquare or did you prefer the monkey bars? Tell me in the comments below. Was this information helpful? Tag me, tag a friend who this might help. Those are all very clear call to actions without saying, hey, buy the new thing that I'm selling. And by doing that, people continue to interact with you, and then you start to show up on their feed because the algorithm recognizes that they take action when looking at your posts. And some of you might be like, oh, I have a call to action, no problem. But you have too many call to actions. Hey, do this, and then do this, then go here and do that. Like I said earlier, a confused mind always says no. We have to guide our audience, and we have to just give them one step at a time, just one, no more, no less. So when we are doing this, we've got to make sure that we're just asking them to make a decision. Do you prefer Foursquare? Or do you prefer the monkey bars? Let me know in the chat. Not, do you prefer Foursquare? The monkey bars. Let me know in the chat, and also make sure you tag a friend. And hey, go to my website. Link is in my bio. No. You want them to take one action. And then that one action can lead to something else once they've taken that action. But don't ask them to do more than one thing, because a confused mind always says no. So I really hope that those 3 takeaways are going to be beneficial to you. If you are looking to learn more, meet me in my workshop. I'm really going to break down how to build out your content to turn it into a scroll stopping moneymaker with my own personal make for method, which is going to teach you how to make your posts money making, build awareness, get you killer leads, and use one of the 4 E's: engagement, educational, evergreen, and entertaining. So looking forward to seeing you there, and can't wait to get to know more of you and teach you about how to take the time suck out of social and turn it into a scroll stopping moneymaker.
Trying to find my essence in a toxic marriage that I had been in for 13 years. It was a roller coaster journey of feeling depressed, feeling not confident enough, not good enough, feeling less than. I lost all hope in myself. I stopped believing in myself. I chose my business because I want to awaken young ladies and women to their true essence. I'm on a mission to ensuring that every young lady or woman that crosses my path works in her purpose, embraces her essence, and literally works in her power. What's important for me is to see the lives of women transformed. What's important for me is to see that women are able to have a balance. They're able to create this balance between their marriage, their career, their personal lives, and at the same time, walk in their essence. Hi, my name is Femi Ayodele. I'm from Maryland, and the name of my business is Your Essence Life Coach. If you decide to work with me, what I really want for you is your ability to put your life in focus, your ability to create a balance and to create boundaries wherever possible, your ability to stand tall and be able to say, I found my purpose, I'm walking in it, and I have found my power. I intend to make the world a better place, one woman at a time. I believe that if every woman could have a mindset shift to the point where they are able to embrace their uniqueness, embrace their power, embrace their essence, and they are able to flourish and blossom in any capacity that they find themselves. I strongly believe that this woman will be able to share this with their children and influence the world at large. You know what they say, teach a woman, teach the world.
Femi Ayodele says that our essence is our power. And sometimes there's a trap that keeps us from tapping into it. So let's go. Without further ado, let's hear from Femi Ayodele so we can find out what's those traps. We must avoid the traps. I can't wait to hear it. Come on, hit the emojis. Come on, hit the emojis. Call into the sex stage. Femi Ayodele. Let's go.
Hey there. Your essence as a woman lives inside of you. It's not only the most attractive force within you, but it is your life's force. And it's a gift that no one can ever take away from you, except you let them. A lot of times, as women, we lose our essence by letting the story of our lives take over. We forget that we are the main actors in our life story. And this is a classic trap. This is a trap where your job becomes more important than you living, where a relationship overshadows your own needs, where we allow expectations rule our emotions, and we cannot pace life at our own style. This is a trap. I say this because it is my story. It was my story, has been my story. My name is Femi Ayodele. I'm a life coach who is focused on awakening women to their true essence. I want to ensure that every woman that crosses my path embraces her essence, understands who she is, and walks in her power. I do this because I was that woman few years ago who got into a toxic relationship which ended in a toxic marriage, and I ended up losing myself. There were things that I couldn't do or say, places that I couldn't go. I put every other person's needs before mine. I am that woman that would seek solace, refuge in her job, even though it wasn't fulfilling. In addition to all of this, I was walking around in a mask. Wanted people to believe that I had a perfect life when I really didn't. I was dying slowly. I was so unhappy, depressed, so empty and unfulfilled. I was a shadow of myself. And at that point, I knew that I needed a change. I knew that I needed to make a change. I knew that I needed to get myself back. I knew that I needed to have a voice in the scheme of things. Above all, I knew that I needed to be good for myself first before I could be good for any other person. I had to set myself on a journey towards finding me. I'm saying this because a lot of times we lose our essence by allowing the situation to tell our story. Meanwhile, we are supposed to allow our essence tell the story, irrespective of whatever circumstances that we find ourselves in. You are the star in your own movie. Hence, your essence is the power of your presence. Your essence is that power that you carry that touches people wherever you go. Your essence is the heat and light that comes from your burning log. Your power is only as strong as you believe it to be. The way you see yourself is how the world is going to take you. So the first step to take for you to start to live in your essence and embrace your power is you first need to ask yourself, what do I love about myself? Do I really love myself? What are those things that I love about myself? I found myself in a team building exercise, and the question was asked, what do you love about yourself? List 10 or 15 things that you love about yourself. I couldn't. At that point, I knew that there was trouble. I had to begin to write my affirmations and begin to say these things to myself. Another question that you need to ask yourself is, what makes you unique? What makes you different? In as much as situations will make you want to hide and fit in and blend in and hide yourself, your true self cannot be hidden. You are a wonderful woman with several wonderful qualities. There will never be any woman like you. Your habits, your idiosyncrasies, your values, your experiences, these are the things that make you unique. Are you able to articulate them and say, these are the things that make me unique? Another question we need to ask ourselves is, what are your strengths and weaknesses? Your strengths are those skills of yours that are supported by experience. What are those things that you are good at, that they naturally come to you? Some common strengths that we have as women is attention to detail, ability to be resilient, the ability to nurture, patience, the ability to be calm under pressure and all of that. However, there are some individual traits that you have that are unique to you. They are your own unique set of strengths. And your weakness are those things that you're not good at and they sap your energy. If you can identify those. Now, I would not say you should waste your energy on your weakness, but work on it to the point where it doesn't rub off on your strengths. Another question that I began to ask myself was, what and who inspires me? When I was able to answer those questions, then I was able to understand where my interests lie. What motivates me? What sets me on fire? What gives me the passion? What keeps me burning? Having done that, another thing that you need to ask yourself is, how do I want to be remembered? Maya Angelou said, people will never forget how you made them feel. They can forget what you said to them, but they will never forget how you make them feel. How you made them feel is the legacy that you leave behind. How do you want people to remember you? Do you want people to remember you as the praying mother? Do you want them to remember you as the woman that does not stand for injustice? Do you want them to remember you as the woman that has strong moral values? Do you want them to remember you as a businesswoman, as a high-ranking professional? What do you want them to remember you for? Do you want to be remembered as that woman that takes good care of herself and has a high level of self-love? Whatever you want to be remembered as will help you craft your essence. It will help you craft how you walk in life. It will determine the things that you decide to do. So it's one thing for you to have passion for something. It is another thing to say, okay, I have a passion for this thing. It makes me curious. I have a passion for it. What vehicle can I use to move it forward? And if I'm moving it forward, how do I want to be remembered? In that way, you have been able to actually find your essence, embrace it, and walk in your power. So what I would like for you to take away from here is, number one, your essence is the power of your presence. Number two, the first step to living a powerful life is understanding your essence. Without that, you might live life, but you might not live it with your life's force, with your power in it. And number three is embrace your essence and walk in your power. So with that, I say thank you for listening, woman.
Access to the best schools with quality education, to travel both domestic and internationally with your family. Well, guess what? It's totally possible through business ownership. Welcome, everybody. My name is Loretta Wetzel, also known as Mama Soul Wisdom, where I share old school wisdom for a new generation. I am passionate about families and entrepreneurship. Why? Because it is the only way to gain a competitive edge in life for yourself and your family. I am on a mission to impact 500,000 individuals and families to monetize their own unique gifts and start a business. As a prominent family entrepreneur expert, I've had the privilege of helping families start their own business, everything from hair salons to real estate investing. My promise to you is to help individuals and families become financially independent through entrepreneurship. You see, business and entrepreneurship helps to develop multiple streams of income. And that eventually points toward passive income for true wealth. Now, if you enjoyed my keynote speech, then you know you gotta stop messing around. Are you going to keep watching reruns of Empire or build your own? Are you going to keep watching Power or claim what's rightfully yours? So, how do you start your own business? I will reveal the necessary steps you must take when starting your own business. Be sure to download the workbook associated with this training first and then follow along. We must review, and first it all starts with mindset. Now, during my keynote speech, we talked about the following. Mindset. And the ability to create. This is important, okay? Because you must believe that you are powerful and unstoppable beyond imagination. Now, how do you do that? You must be willing to take a risk on yourself and create what you want in this world. So I want you to write this down in your workbook. C stands for creating your why. Create your why. Why are you doing this? Why do you want to start your own business? It's an important and critical question. What would it take to build a living legacy for yourself and your family? Why do you want to start your own business? To become financially independent? Be honest with yourself. Choose this for yourself and nobody else. Why? Because when times get rough, and they will because that's life, you must anchor on to your why. Oftentimes, you focus on the how or the doing, the running the business. That's great, but if you're busy doing, and you don't really understand why you're doing it, you're going to improve your chances to fail. So there's some action steps associated with this letter C. In your workbook, I want you to write 3 reasons. 3, why you want to start and expand your business. Three reasons why. The next is R. R for read books. Okay, some of my favorite books are The Four Agreements by Don Luis Miguel, The New Psychology of Winning by Dennis Waitley, Loving What Is by Byron Katie. Let's see what else. The Noticer by Andy Andrews. Let's see what else. Profit First by Mike Michalowicz. These are just some of my favorite books. Now, they're mindset books, they're business books, and they're spiritual books. But all of them are personal development books. So here's your action step. I want you to pick the 2 type of books that you want to start reading. Why? Because CEOs of businesses, they read at least a minimum of 100 books per year. So if you want to run your own business and be the CEO, then you got to act like one. So I want you to pick 2 types of books. It could be spiritual and business. It could be mindset and spiritual, or mindset and business. But I want you to post some of your favorite books in my Mama Soul Wisdom Facebook group, and I'll also share some of my favorite books, and then you can let me know how you enjoyed reading them. Great. So, action step: 2 types of books to read. What's next? E is for excel. Excel in being the best, not perfectionism. Doing the best with what you have and getting what you need to get done. Here's a dirty little secret. Perfectionism kills. You are secretly telling yourself that you're not good enough, so you always are striving to make it perfect. It's not necessary. Stop messing around. So here's your action step. I want you to write down 3 things that you are good at. And it doesn't matter what it is. It could be cooking. You might start a catering business. It could be cleaning. It could be voice talent for voiceovers. It could be social media. It could be makeup, arts and crafts, writing, organization, whatever it is you're good at doing. I want you to write 3 things down that you are good at. And then I want you to consider turning what you're good at into a business. Okay, the A is for affirmations. This is critical. You know why? Here's a question for you. How does our mind know what to believe? Great question, isn't it? Well, here's a secret. By verbally speaking affirmations. This helps to strengthen our beliefs and structure our thoughts so we can take action and manifest our dreams. Affirmations are critically important. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to write 3 affirmations in your workbook, beginning with the words I am or I. You can do it. So, for example, I am powerful. I am smart. I am beautiful. I am unstoppable. I love my life. These are just some examples of affirmations. Write them down. You must tell yourself every single day your affirmations. It is critically important. Now, if you want to see some of my favorite affirmations, you can go to my website. So it's www.mamasoulwisdom.com/free-downloads. If you click on the 2-word secret, you will see my list of daily affirmations that I use, and it just lights me up. Your affirmations should also lighten you up. All right, let's go with the T next. Yeah. T is for training. Has anybody ever seen the movie The Karate Kid? Mr. Miyagi agrees to teach Daniel-san karate. Their agreement was, I teach, you do. When Mr. Miyagi asked him to do various chores around the house, including wax the car, paint the fence, sand the floors, Daniel-san thought he was being taken advantage of for free labor. But he was really in training for foundational karate moves. Until you train with what you know, the full manifestation of what that knowledge is supposed to be and do in your life will never show up. Action step. List one activity to train your mind, to train your body, and one to train your spirit or your soul. So, action, one activity, train your mind. One activity, train your body. One activity, spiritual. Training your mind could look like meditation. Body could look like physical exercise, walking around the block or going to the gym. Spiritual could be prayer. You choose the 3 activities, but it is critical because your mind, body, and spirit must be in alignment. Alignment. And then the last letter in create is experiencing life. You gotta experience life, people. Life. Don't squash your dreams. Life is meant to be abundant with mindset first and then experiencing all that the world has to offer. So oftentimes we don't take a moment to pause and say, oh wow, I've always wanted to fill in the blank. So that's your activity step. List 3 things you've always wanted to do. It could be going to New York for a Broadway play. It could be traveling to Beijing to walk the Great Wall of China. Whatever it is, maybe it's taking your family to Disney World. Whatever it is that you've always wanted to do, I want you to list 3 things. I've always wanted to do. And you know how life gets in the way, right? I don't have enough time. I don't have enough money. It's never the right time. This. Stop. Put it in the universe. 3 things you've always wanted to do. And there you have create. Create your life. Now, as a prominent family entrepreneur expert, I want you to understand that 99% of success is built on former failure. So you must be willing to keep creating, to keep taking those action steps over and over and over again. And I want you to do it in the context of 3 success factors. So here are 3 success factors for families and business to keep you in action. There we go. 3 success factors. Number 1 in success factor that is so critically important. You want to know what it is? Gratitude. Everything starts with gratitude. It can transform common days into holidays. It can take routine jobs and turn it into joy. It can take ordinary opportunities and change into extraordinary blessings. Gratitude is not a challenge. It's a choice. So here's your action step. Start a gratitude journal. Everything starts with gratitude. I want you to start a 30-day gratitude journal. So here's the specifics on that. List 10 things daily that you are grateful for 30 days straight. No skipping. Now, you are not allowed to list what you've listed before previously in the past days. At the end of this experiment, I want you to post what your experience was like in my Mama Soul Wisdom Facebook group. Post your comments. The first week or so, pretty easy. 10 things daily. But you begin to run out like, oh, I said that before. I can't write it down. I gotta pick something new. It will take your gratitude, appreciation, and thankfulness to a new level. Now, step number 2, raise your vibrational frequency. Gotta do it. All right, so this is 1. Here's 2. Raise your frequency. It's your energy. Raise your frequency. You cannot create your business from a low vibrational frequency. If you want your business to grow and thrive, you attract the people and the resources that you need to do business, you got to keep your energy up. Now, you're not required to bounce off the walls, but you do need to vibrate at a high level because it is the difference between action and reaction. Action produces results. It may not be the results that you're looking for, but you can adjust and tweak and do it again. Reaction usually involves a trigger. That means you're stuck in a negative emotional state, producing no results. Now, what are ways in which you can raise your vibrational frequency? Deep breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Whenever you get in a panic in the middle of the day or you're just not feeling your best, pause, take a moment, and take 10 deep breaths. And that will help reset your nervous system so that you can create in a high vibrational energy. Here's another one of my favorites. Dancing. You can do that. You can do exercising, meditation, journaling. They're just some of the few ways that you can raise your vibrational frequency. Also, during meditation, light a candle if that helps you to focus. So what are your action steps? List 3 ways you can raise your vibrational frequency on a daily basis. And I want you to start this in the mornings. 3 activities. And 30 minutes max. It will require you to get up a little earlier in the morning. It's okay. Now, if you can't start off with 30 minutes, start off with 10 and work your way up to 30. But the key is you must build this muscle of raising your vibrational frequency in the morning, so when you run out of energy sometimes mid-afternoon, you know what to do to snap back. 3, build your self-esteem. Okay? Self-esteem is having respect and a favorable opinion of yourself and also your abilities. Now, don't allow other people to place you in false frames. What do I mean by that? That means other people are defining who you are instead of you defining who you are. Self-esteem is critical. You must love and appreciate who you are in this world and what it is that you have to offer. So what's your action steps? Well, instead of watching the movie 10 Things I Hate About You, how about if we list 5 things that you like about yourself and how these attributes can be used in business? You can do it. 5 things you like about yourself. Now that the recap is done with the create, now that the recap is done with those 3 success factors, let's get down to business and reveal some of the necessary steps when you want to start your own business. You ready? Okay. Let's get this going here. Starting your business. Step 1. Step number 1, set your goals. Determine whether starting your own business is going to look like starting it from home and starting a home online business, or whether or not you want to do brick and mortar. Having your own business has its own unique challenges, so you better be clear on your big picture goals. Part of that is preparation, okay, and understanding before you start your business to make sure you have enough reserves in the bank to prepare your friends and your loved ones that you might be tied up for the next 6 months or a year because you're starting your own business. That's part of your preparation. But when it comes to setting goals, they will help you to focus when things don't go quite like you expect them to. So what are some big picture goals? You want to work on your own terms. Maybe you need flexibility to be with your family. Whatever your big picture goals are, here's your action steps. I want you to list 3 big picture goals for starting or expanding your own business, and I want you to attach a feeling to those goals. Goals. 3 big picture goals plus feeling. Why do I want you to attach a feeling to it? Because feelings anchor in beliefs. So just don't write down any old thing. Write down a big picture goal that has meaning to it, has emotion and feelings attached to it, so that you can anchor it in. Step number 2, you gotta look like a business. Look like a business. You know what? You can't just say you're in business. You gotta look like a business. Now here are a few tasks for you to complete. Number 1, you want to create a customized URL. It's a link for your business. Too many people have great business ideas, but they never really actually start a business. You can't have a business without having a link or a customized URL because you need it for your website. You need it for marketing materials. You want to be able to attract your target customers. Now, GoDaddy is a common service that you can use to go and get your customized URL link. But there are other vendors. You pick out the one that works best for you. Customized URL. Okay, what else do you need to do? You got to create a business email address. I like to party 24/7@gmail.com. That's not going to work. Or hotpants66@hotmail. That's not going to work. You want to be able to create a business email address, because otherwise sometimes your personal emails are inappropriate for doing business. Now, usually individuals will often use their business name at gmail.com, and that's perfectly acceptable. However, if you have flexibility in your budget, consider securing a business email which looks like your name at bcs.com or whatever the name of your business is. So sometimes it's a small monthly fee, but it looks professional if you have a business email address. Business email. The next, business phone number. Need a business phone number. There's nothing worse or unprofessional than answering a phone and you're yelling at your kids in the background or whatever is going on. But if you only have one phone, then how do you know when it's an incoming business call? Well, there are various apps that you can choose from to secure an additional phone number that can be used for business only at minimum cost. You can use Google Voice, no cost, Ring Central, Magic Jack. Those are just some of the few of the apps. But if you choose to use Google Voice, make sure you remove the announcement message. We will now contact the Google subscriber. You know what? That screams amateur rather than professional. Next task, form a business entity. You got to form a business entity, and this is a big one that most people miss. Now, can you start your own business without incorporating? Yes, you can. It's called being a sole proprietor. Do I recommend that you start your own business without forming a formal entity? I don't recommend it. Creating an entity such as a sub-S corporation or an LLC for your business is critical for additional benefits. And here's the misperception. Most people think that you must form those corporations in Nevada or Delaware. Not true, people. That's for major C corporations. You must form your business entity in the state in which you're doing business in. Now, this will provide your business for many, many benefits. For sub-S corporation, first of all, you're going to pay significantly less in taxes by eliminating the self-employment tax. You can also start your business seasoning, and when you are applying for business credit in the future, they're going to want to know how long you've been in business. So you might as well start your formal entity now. It can also reduce the possibility of you receiving an audit notice from the IRS. That's just some of the few of the benefits by incorporating as a sub-S. Now, let me provide the disclaimer. I am not an accountant or a financial advisor, but I'm here to tell you, being in business for myself for over 10 years, my business partner over 40 years, this is what you want to do. So I want you to write this down. Go to pgwetzel.com to set up an appointment. The consultation is at no cost. You can have a conversation and say, I would like to set up a business entity. Can you support me? Now, the consultation is no cost, but to set up the business entity itself for incorporation, there is a fee, but the prices are reasonable. So I want you to write this down and go to pgwetzel.com. pgwetzel.com. Go to the website to set up the appointment. And if you mention Black CEO 22, you will receive a 15% discount. Next task, open a business banking account. Banking account. Now that you have a formal business entity, you have the necessary paperwork to take that to the bank and open up a business account so you can keep your personal income and expenses separate from your business income and expenses. This is critical for filing your taxes with the IRS and taking advantage of those business tax write-offs. Step number 3, set up your financials. You know what? Let me flip to another page here. Set up financials. This is a critical step, and it is important to keep it simple. Sometimes people freak out when it comes to numbers. Now, there's a lot to do in this area, but we're only going to cover 2 action steps today. Number 1, you want to set up a budget. And here's the key word. Simple. Keep it simple. What does that mean? Income and expenses. That's it. That's all I want you to identify. Now, there are several software programs that can help you with budget tracking. You can consider free or low-cost options. You can have Mint. You can have QuickBooks Desktop Pro. But whatever it is, make sure you take advantage of any free trials before you invest. You want to be able to keep it simple. Now, you must also track your expenses. Track. Track. This is the biggest mistake most entrepreneurs make because they don't want to track. You must track and then prioritize your expenses. I don't care if you take a 59-cent spiral notebook to track your expenses. It's better to use Excel, but whatever works best for you. But you must be able to track your expenses so when your money comes in, and you know where it is going out so you can adjust. Really, basically, when starting out in business, you don't need a whole lot of fancy tools. You basically, for an online business, need 3 things. You need a laptop with strong internet. You need a mobile phone with good mobile phone service and access to transportation for networking and meeting clients when necessary. That's it for an online business. Now, there are many more steps when you first start a business, and I really don't have time today to share all of them, but if you choose to work with me, I will support you to the finish line, baby. Remember, there's a purpose for everyone that you meet. Some people come into your life to test you. Some people come into your life to teach you. Some come to use you. And then there are some who bring out the very best in you. I want you to take action. Thank you, Siri. I want you to take action. Don't wait. I can guide you to business success as long as you take the action and say yes right now. Sign up for my 5-day challenge, Prep Your Life, Prep Your Business. And each day, I will provide you with simple tasks you can accomplish to begin building your business, achieve your dreams, and come out a winner. Go to my webpage with Black CEO 22 and sign up for this no-cost challenge. It's a fun way to see whether or not you have the chops to start your own business and succeed. Now, the 5-day challenge will start soon after the conference. So pay attention, sign up, and I will see you on the other side. Remember, the opposite of fear is not love. The opposite of fear is empowerment. Create your dream business and start taking those baby steps today. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. My name is Loretta Wetzel, also known as Mama Soul Wisdom, sharing old school wisdom for a new generation. I'll see you soon.
Hey everyone, welcome to the workshop. I am so excited to get started. I'm going to give you just a quick second to grab your notebook, grab a writing utensil, and we are going to jump right into this on turning your social media into a scroll-stopping moneymaker with my Make 4 method. So, here we go. So welcome to turning your social media into a scroll-stopping moneymaker so you can stop worrying about social media sucking the time out of your business. So 4.8 million people around the world actively use social media. If you even had 1% of that number, what would it do to your business or mission? That would be 48,000 followers. And you would get a little check mark on Instagram. And if we're following the organic rule of 10%, meaning that only 10% of your audience is going to see what you post for each given post, this would mean 48,000 people would see each individual post. 480 people would take action on that post, and 48 people would connect to see how to work with you, all on each individual post. That could be game changing, because if we do some math, and let's say you post 5 times a week, if 5 times a week times 48, you would have 240 customers reaching out asking how to work with you. And that is going to be the power of social media. So I want to know, do you believe the following about being successful on social media? Go ahead, raise your hand. Do you believe that you have to post every single day? Do you believe that you have to have a large following? Do you believe that you have to crack the algorithm in order to get any of your posts seen? Do you have to spend too much time on social media just to warrant some results? And do you believe you have to be on all social channels? Well, knowing that there's tons of hands in the air, let's go ahead and let's shift our mindset for a split second and say this out loud with me. I get the opportunity to post every single day. I get to grow a large following that trusts me. I get to spend time with an engaged audience that wants to hear from me. And I get to be on the channels where I can best serve my audience. So think about that. You get to be where you can best serve your audience. You don't have to be everywhere. If you weren't made to TikTok, don't TikTok. If you weren't made to YouTube, don't YouTube. If you weren't made to tweet, don't tweet. Be where it's comfortable for you and where your audience is. So our goal here today is to be able to take what you learn and start using it immediately. By the end of this workshop, you'll be treating your business social media like stop treating your business social media like it's for your mom and start treating it like the money maker that it is. So today we're going to understand the Make 4 method. We're going to brainstorm content together to take the social anxiety out of social media. And I'm going to teach you how to put both of those things together to make a seamless and easy planning process that takes no time at all. So, hey there, I'm Raylan Logan, owner and founder of Gray Digital Marketing. And I did not start business in a traditional sense. I started it on the floor crying 1 week before my birthday. My 30th birthday landed during the pandemic because I am born in April, and I lost my job. And I am the only caretaker for my son, Grayson. So one day I was scrolling through the gram, looked at my beautiful baby boy and said, looks like I'm going to teach people how to use social media. Went out into the world, put my fashion marketing degree to the test and my knowledge of social. And the world kept spinning, kept spinning, kept spinning. George Floyd was murdered. I became that go-to expert for diversity and inclusive marketing, and the rest is history. So since that time, I have become an award-winning marketer, being listed as one of the top 50 Black marketers according to the African American Marketing Association, alongside names such as Bozoma St. John, who is the CMO for Netflix. Within my 10 plus years of experience within sales and marketing, I have noticed that there's just an opportunity to do better with a diverse and equitable lens. So within the last 5 years, I've been focusing on making that change. I have been speaking about my experiences and ways organizations can improve their marketing efforts on podcasts, panels, and conferences such as Sales Fuel, Business Over Beers, and nationally for the American Marketing Association. I'm very involved in my community. I coach cheer, I mentor for Parachute Media, Portland Prosper, and PI, the Portland Incubator Experiment, and I volunteer with the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. So if you want to grow your revenue 5 times faster and reach out to a diverse audience, I am your go-to expert, and I will help you generate business doing so with an equitable and diverse lens. So what I'm going to share with you today is going to blow your mind. And I'm going to start that by saying content is not king. And I'm sure some of you are sitting there being like, what? The social media expert is saying content is not king. No, it's not. Conversion is king. And our goal is to say hello to the money, because if your business is not generating money, it's not a business. It's a hobby. So we want to be able to take those posts and get them to work best for you. And that's what we're going to work on here today. So welcome to the Make For method. This is my proprietary method on how I put together content to best create a sales funnel within my social media and turn it into the scroll stopping moneymaker that it is. I'm tongue-tied today. So M stands for money making. 10% of your posts over a given time should be money making. And 40% of your posts should be building brand awareness. So that leaves us with 15% of your posts to actively be generating leads. And so we have the K stands for killer leads. Meaning those are people we want to interact with, we want to do business with. They're not giving us a headache. They are actively giving to us and we're actively giving back. And then we want to look at our 4 E's. And these are so important to this, especially as it pertains to social media. So 35% of your posts should be one of the following E's: engaging, entertaining, educational, or evergreen. Meaning no matter what time of year it is, it still holds weight and is strong for your audience day in, day out, 24/7, 365 days a year. So let's learn how to use these to best work for our social media. So I start with money making. Even though it's the smallest percentage of what you're going to be doing on social, we start with money making, because that's the number one thing that is on your mind. And it is our end goal that we have in sight, is to generate revenue for our business. And as we're doing that, we want to make sure that that ask is still engaging, it's entertaining, it's pulling in our audience to make that happen. So we're going to start with our end game in sight. And I'm going to go through 3 different versions of this, depending on if you are a coach, depending on if you own a product that you are selling, or if you are a service provider. So after this, you can definitely use this information for one of your posts as you're going along and be able to just take this copy, it's yours, and see what kind of generation you get with it. So as we go along and these next 4 steps of the Make 4 method, I'm going to be giving key examples in all 3 of these areas. So if you are a coach, and play pretend with me here for a moment, is you could write this copy with a photo that says, there are no guarantees in life except ... Okay, so as your coach, I can't guarantee that you're going to get a Maserati tomorrow. But with my signature coaching program, the Make 4 method, I can guarantee a few things like you will start getting DMs in your inbox asking how to work with you. I can guarantee that you're going to get a sale once a month. I can guarantee that people are going to look to you as the go-to expert in your field. Are you ready for a little bit more of me in your life? I'm offering free one-on-one calls with potential clients for the next 3 days. Send me a direct message and let's chat. So what's really great about that is it is engaging. It's sharing and teaching folks exactly what it is and what you do. And it has a call to action. And our goal is to get them off of social media. So by saying DM me so we can book a call allows me to better convert that person into being a potential client in the future and is going straight for the money. Let's try product. And just so you know, I'm making up some of these on the spot. So bear with me. Some of our products might get pretty hilarious as we move through because I don't sell products naturally. Soap classes in session. That's right. Today we're sharing a step-by-step demo of how to use soap. So we hope to answer any little questions you might have. Soap is our most popular. So if you haven't snagged it yet, hopefully this demo will inspire you. Ready? Here's a step-by-step tutorial on how to use soap. First, you're going to squirt a little bit of it in your hands. Then you're going to turn on your sink water and put your hands underneath and start rubbing them together. Then we're going to get it nice and bubbly and rinse it until there is no more bubbles. Then we're going to turn off the water, dry our hands. What do you want one for yourself? Send me a DM and I'll get that direct product link to you. I hope everybody has soap. But as you can see, I'm giving a way to show how you use that product in your daily life. And sometimes seeing things in action is all anybody needs to be like, ooh, I might need that. That solves a problem for me or gives into a want or desire. And by saying, hey, if you DM me, I'll give you the direct link so you don't have to go looking for it, even better. We shortened the gap on what it took to get to that product. So again, we're getting folks by DMing, by getting people to slide into your DMs, they are giving you permission to pitch to them, and you are able to easily send links, and you are able to easily get them off of social media and into the networks that you control. So very, very important. We have a very clear and concise call to action, asking them to just do one thing. So if you heard my keynote, it is really important that that call to action is asking your audience to take one action and do one thing. So let's move on to services. There's many service providers here, marketers, agencies, virtual assistants, and services are really, really important to what we do as business owners. So let's talk about if you are a service owner. Intimacy can be scary. I'll be the first to admit that. However, when it comes to making my clients happy, I want to know, will we be working together closely? How close? Well, there will be no need to change our relationship status on Facebook. But here, all of the ways we'll be in touch over time working together. So we will have one-on-ones monthly. I will be available for you via Voxer so we can voice chat at any time. And if you need a more group environment, you are also welcome to participate in our Facebook group. Does that sound like your dream setup? I hope so. Send me a DM today and let's see if we're a perfect fit for each other. So what's great about this is it has a really funny hook. And when you're scrolling through your Instagram, you can only see about the first sentence before somebody has to click on more. So when I even said intimacy can be scary, I was like, where in the world is this going? But to talk about the relationship that you have with your clients is really important because it is a more personal relationship when you're giving services. And that is something we have to be mindful of. So get to the crux of the problem quickly, even if it's with humor, it's entertaining. And that is what puts us in one of our 4E categories, is that is entertaining. It's also educational for somebody who's learning how to work with a new service provider. So keeping that in mind, that is just an incredible way to have fun and meet the needs of what people are looking for on social, while also giving a very clear, hey, I'm available to work with right now. Am I a good fit for you? So that's money making, but that's only 10% of what you're doing when posting on social media. So let's talk about awareness. Building brand awareness is the best thing we can do for ourselves and our business. Full stop, period. The saying, if I built it, they will come, only works if they were aware that you did it in the first place. And a lot of times, especially on the internet, we don't know. Until you have built up your Google My Business and you've built up your SEO, you're probably on page 400 for Google searches on the best soap product. And that's the harsh, cold reality, but you have to build it and you have to yell it from a mountaintop. That's just the way this works. So as we're looking at that, let's start with product, on what it looks like to create a post that has copy that's truly building awareness for your industry. So we might not use soap this time, but let's see what I come up with today. It's always the best of both worlds when you can support a small business by purchasing our Save the World t-shirt and support a wonderful nonprofit organization at the same time. The Save the World t-shirt is back in stock for a limited time, and you can only get it by pre-ordering before Friday. And when you purchase the Save the World t-shirt today, a portion of the proceeds goes to Save the Turtles Association to help find a way to get more garbage out of our oceans and save the turtles and all the other wonderful sea life that there is, so that our children and our children's children have fresh water and a world that they can be proud of. So I'm pretty sure Save the Turtles Association doesn't exist, but when you're doing this and you're tagging someone else, what is so important about that is they're probably going to be over the moon that you are doing something great for them. So they want to further help themselves by getting more people to come buy that Save the World t-shirt from you. And let's say Save the Turtles Association has a 1.5 million following, and you only have 1,500. By Save the Turtles going out and sharing that with their audience, they have a greater chance of 15,000 people seeing it. And then add on the 150 that you have a chance of seeing it. We now have a larger reach of 15,150 people who may potentially go and look at your shirt. And so if we say 15,150 people times 10%, that means your following of 1,515 people are going to take action to check out that shirt. And if we're still following that rule of 10%, that means 151 people are going to purchase, most likely, best case scenario. So we're leaning, when creating brand awareness, we're trying to lean on other networks to further our network by building those relationships and making sure we're adding value to somebody else while still adding value to ourselves and our brand. Moving into service, you can also do this by looking at other content creators or people who are in your niche that are just a few more steps ahead in their journey than you are right now. So be very, very strategic about this. But 4 videos that suck me in. I don't scroll my Instagram feed often, but when I do, I always get sucked in by the video content from these 4 accounts, specifically Reels. Check out these 4 accounts and their amazing Reels. List 4 folks that you are following right now who are doing great things and ask, whose Reels are you enjoying these days? And see what pops up in your comments, because whoever your audience is following, you probably want to know what they're doing too. So it's a great way to get to know your competition and build more community, not only amongst your followers, but also with your friends who are doing the same thing. Always good to support one another. And then last but not least, and a great segue brought to you from the service section, is the coach section. So community over competition. I'm a coach, and yep, I have friends who are coaches too. I'm not worried about sharing how wonderful they are because we all bring different gifts to the table. Take Marcus, for example, who's fantastic at talking about social justice as it pertains to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Or take in Ciara, who is a magician at creating a pre-game strategy for how to start and run your business operations while looking at it with a diverse lens. Please head to their profiles and show them a little love too. You won't regret it. So this is sending people over to them. So they're getting more followers, they're getting more added value, and you're putting a little bit more good out to the world, and they're most likely going to return the favor. So the key takeaways from brand awareness are: utilize the networks of others to start your word of mouth. It is so important. There is nothing wrong about getting who is considered your competition and your community to share what you're doing, because they might say it one way and you might say it another, but you resonate with different people. And that is so important. So get it out there and get social and social media, because that is what's going to build your brand awareness. Killer leads. The best thing about this is I just needed a word that started with the letter K. So MAKE was a true acronym, but let's get down to it. Everyone loves a lead that actually brings in the money. Finding qualified leads can also be really hard, but you can do so by passively using the copy I have for you below. So let's kick it off with service this time. What's in a word? Recently, I asked my current and past clients to describe me and my services in one word. And here are the top 5 common words I got back. I got back relaxed. I got back vibes. I also got back bold and funny and easygoing. If these words describe the kind of service provider you'd like to work with, don't hesitate to book a call with me today. So this is just people, it's like very vague on how they're going to book a call with me. But if this person were to take action and click on the contact button on my Instagram, if they were to pop it in the comments, or if they were to DM me, I could just send them the link to book a call. And I can get them onto my email list quickly and start telling and sharing why they should know, like, and trust me. Looking at it from a coaching lens, the struggle is real. As a coach, I keep things private between my clients and I, of course. But lately I've noticed a few similar themes pop up between my various clients. Here are the top 3 things I see my clients with struggling right now. If I take this action, is it going to be performative? How do I know I'm going to get results from this action? And I'm scared. What are others going to think of me? Are you working through one of those challenges right now? Send me a private message and let's get you out of this hump. So this is just inviting somebody to say, let's have a dialogue. Let's talk about it. I'm not saying that I'm going to charge you anything. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying, hey, welcome to my circle. Let's do this. Again, if you have that private conversation with them in your DMs, that's allowing you to build that know, like, trust factor. That is so core to your business, especially if you are a coach. And it's giving you that lead that you can ask and say, hey, I hope this was helpful. Was that helpful for you? Do I have your permission to share with you how we can work together further? Simple, easy, to the point, but it allows you that ability to start having that dialogue. And then last one, best one, product. Can you spare a square? No one likes running out of their favorite product, let alone toilet paper. The good news, we can make sure that you never run out of your fave again. All you have to do is comment "spare me" below, and we'll send a link to get on our mailing list so you never have to be without again. Go on, give it a try. We'll see you in the comments. So this is just asking people to just do something to be reminded of when a product comes into play. So if you're a retailer and you sell, you have a go-to cami, if you're a women's retailer, and you always have it in nude, black, and white. And we know there's still always going to be there. And then we have a pop of color. So in the month of March, it's going to be green, hot pink, and pale blue, because we're moving into full-blown spring. And there's some people who they swear by this cami, they wear it under all of their clothes, and they collect those pops of color. And sometimes they also need to be reminded that it's time to switch out that white because it's no longer white. So getting them on your mailing list for their favorite item and sending those like monthly seasonal reminders saying, hey, meet the new color of the season. Have you replaced your black one yet? Has it faded out? Is going to be so important to your business. And again, like I said in the keynote, it takes them off of social media and into your network that you own, because you don't own social media. And it's really important to use this as a tool to funnel your business, and your business isn't on social media. Your business is with you. This is just a tool to get people moving in the right direction, and that right direction is you. And now let's move on to the 4 E's of the Make 4 method. So our 4 E's are engagement, educational, entertaining, and evergreen. The best part of social media are these 4 things. People go to social media to see what a company and brand does. And so we'll stick through there and we'll look at products and we'll do these things and we'll see if they're the things that last forever and be evergreen. We sometimes just scroll through it to be entertained because we have nothing better to do. And so I don't know about all of you, but I died laughing over that gentleman skateboarding with the cranberry juice. Like, why? That man now makes millions helping out Ocean Spray. Educational. I have learned a lot, even from my other fellow peers on social media, just because of great quick reels that are like, do this, don't do this. Do this, don't do this. And it's engaging. In the time of COVID, in this pandemic, we haven't been able to see lots of people depending on where you live in the nation. I live in a very rule-following state. And so I spent most of my time in lockdown for the past 2 years. And I'm grateful for that. But at the same time, somebody as outgoing as I am needs the ability to engage with others. And so engagement on social media has been a huge factor for me. And I've made so many friends across the nation because of it. So we're going to circle it back to our coach frame of mind. And we're going to start there. And what I only did in this one is, because there's only 3 sections, I felt it was only fair to do just 1 E. And we're going to stick to engagement for today. So, coach, ever fake it? There's a term thrown around quite a bit, imposter syndrome. The way I define it is not feeling confident in myself or not being able to give enough to my audience to feel like they're getting enough back. And that's scary for me. But the good news is I've found that there are 3 things you can do to help yourself overcome the feeling of being an imposter. 1, you can create a praise page where you just copy and paste all of the nice things people have ever said about you and read it when things are hard. 2, you can create a badass list where you just write down all the things that you've accomplished that have gotten you to where you are now. And so when you're having a tough day, you're just going to go back and read that. And 3 is to look in the mirror every single day and tell myself that I am awesome and high five. So save this post by tapping the flag icon for the next time you're feeling like an imposter. So the fun, quirky thing called the algorithm that we're all so scared of really enjoys it when posts are being saved because it tells people that they really do value that content. And every single time you have a post that's getting great engagement, like people are in the comments, people are sharing it, people are saving it, the algorithm recognizes you as somebody that people want to engage with and hang out with on social media. And that's what continues to bump up your posts. We're not going to talk about that today, but that's just a little bit of an insight on how the algorithm works. Moving right along to product. Product, recycling, upcycling, and repurposing. What's the deal? These aren't just trends, but actual ways that you can get your wrap-up cardigan to live on long after you first purchased it. Have you ever considered how you might be able to repurpose one of our products? Here's a fun idea for you. Take your cardigan and wrap it around twice. Grab a really cool belt that you've saved from the early 2000s, pop it on, and throw on a pair of skinny jeans and your favorite thigh-high boots. And voila, you're ready for fall. Let us know in the comment, have you tried something like this before? So telling folks how they can get more use out of what you are selling is instrumental, especially as we go into an age of being more of a minimalist, as many of us are looking to saving our environment, as we go into an age of inflation and we're just trying to stretch it. A lot of us had to feel that pain at the beginning of 2020. And so we've learned over time to just get what we can reuse and repurpose. And as we're still facing supply chain issues, and you're somebody who sells a product, you're probably going to want that to stretch for a while. And then last one, best one, and our last one before we switch gears is service. Where's Waldo Office Edition? Here's a snap of my current workplace. Yes, where all the magic happens. Some of my clients are surprised to see how messy, and I mean it, messy it is. Take a look at all my gadgets and gizmos. Am I missing anything? I mean, I have a cheer bell. I have lipstick. I've got a very fancy mirror, in case you need one. Probably blinded somebody with that one. And about 15 ring lights. So am I missing anything? Only time will tell. I'm definitely not going to give anybody a snapshot of the mess back here, but it's a great way to make you seem human. And that's something that as you grow on social media, people seem to disconnect from and need to be reminded that once upon a time, you were just like them and started out with 0 followers. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with humanizing yourself because it's what people need. People connect with people, not businesses, not items. People connect with people. And that's how you become a really great salesperson, is if you can get to understand the people that you serve. So let me know, what do you think of this Make 4 method? What are you going to try and how is it going to help your business? And as we think about that, we're going to shift gears because now I want to show you how to brainstorm your content to best plan for success in social media before we put both of my methods together. So I'm going to take a second to stop sharing and I'm going to pull out my handy dandy whiteboard and we are going to create a bubble brainstorm chart. So do you remember when we were kids and we were expected to brainstorm our papers before we wrote them so we could get the best idea possible? I want to say I did it, and I know I did it in 5th grade, but I remember doing it as early as 3rd. So I'm going to take us back to our 5th grade classroom, and we're going to start bubble brainstorming. All right, got my handy dandy expo marker and whiteboard. So let's get this set so you can kind of see my board a little bit better than we could before. So we are going to just draw a circle on our paper. And in that circle, I want you to write the name of your business. So I'm going to acronym mine because mine's really long. So Gray Digital Marketing. And I'm going to draw a line here, and I'm going to write different things that I can talk about in my business. So I can talk about diverse and inclusive marketing. I'm going to shorten a lot of these things because I will run out of space. Draw a circle around that. I can talk about social media tricks. I can talk about the make for method. Who do we make it for? And I can talk about power of market research. All things that I do in my business. And what I'm going to do from there is I'm going to break it down further. So since we just went over the make for method, I'm going to use that as our example right now. So in this make for method, I can talk about posts being money making. I can talk about awareness posts. I can talk about getting leads. And I can talk about engagement, to keep it simple. And I'm going to go through and I'm going to do those for every single one of these if I were you. So as we're looking at this, bringing it back, we're going to put our business in the center, what it is that our whole orbit circles around, and the different main topics that we talk about within what we do. Then we're going to take those large topics and we're going to talk about all the micro topics that come with it. And as you're planning this, I suggest that you do it once a month. And doing it once a month is going to get you to be able to plan an entire month's worth of content. So let's do some fast math. Let's say I have 4 ideas for this and 4 ideas for this. Looks like fun little suns. 4 ideas for this. And each one of these ideas has a money-making post, an awareness post, a killer leads post, and a engagement, educational, entertaining, or evergreen post. So let's do some quick math. This is 4, this has 4, this has 4, this has 4. If each one of these sections has 4 posts within the subsections, that means each subsection is getting 16 posts a month. So 16, 16, 16, 16. And what is 16 times 4? Well, that's just not math that I have the power to do right now. So 12 plus 12 is 24. We're going to carry the 2. 4 ones plus a 2 is 6. That is 64 posts a month. 64. That is more days than there is in a month. And I bet you could probably do this in under 10 minutes because you know your business best. So if you had the power to just pick, say you had 4 topics in your business, and I'm sure some of you have more, don't go over 7. But you have 4 topics in your business. And of those 4 topics, you can make a money-making post, an awareness post, a killer's leads post, and an engagement post for every single one. Teaching your audience, letting your audience get to know you, letting your audience engage with you, letting your audience choose to learn how to work with you, and letting your audience buy from you. If you did that, if you posted basically twice a day, and you did this at the beginning of every month, you would never not know what to post. And the anxiety of what to post today goes out the window and is made so simple because you took 10 minutes to plan for it. And you did it with intentionality because you did it with the end goal in sight. And that end goal was to make money by putting it together with the Make For method. So take a minute, take a beat, and do your bubble brainstorm chart right now. Give yourself the opportunity to just think of 4 things in your business you can talk about and 4 subtopics within those topics you can talk about. And then I bet you it won't be too hard to come up with quick posts because social media wasn't meant to be long form. It's bite-sized pieces. So how do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time. So let's put that away. Let's fix this camera. Gotta love angles, everyone. And let's get back to sharing our screen. So let's go over real quick what we covered today. So we started with lesson 1, which was structuring our content with using the Make For method. Setting up your post for conversion success is what helps you grow your business. By following that Make For method, you are setting yourself to be the expert in your field and serving your customers 24/7, 365 days a year. Lesson 2, we covered how to brainstorm your content. I did it in under 5 minutes, but I didn't complete it. So this takes that social anxiety out of social media and it gets you off the metaphorical hamster wheel of, what do I post today? Giving you space to think clearly and see the path forward. And that is what lots of people struggle with. And then lesson 3 was putting it all together. Putting a process to your social media funnel with clarity on the topics you cover for your audience will put you ahead of your competition. Almost every single person who works with me tells me that they don't really have a plan. They don't know what they're going to post. And it creates a lot of anxiety for them because they feel like they have to be everywhere all the time. And you simply don't. If you do it for one social media platform, copy and paste that ish and put it on the next one. Because who sees it on Twitter isn't going to necessarily see it on Instagram, isn't necessarily going to see it on LinkedIn. So do it once and post it everywhere. And I bet you're going to get some pretty phenomenal responses. So at the end of this, did you know that you have the world at your fingertips, literally in the palm of your hand? So start posting right now if you didn't already do so in this workshop. And I challenge you to post once a day, utilizing that Make For method to truly transform not only your business, but your growth as an individual and the connections you make online. But there's so much more to this that I couldn't just teach in a workshop that goes beyond the Make For method. So if you're interested, slide into my DMs and DM me the word make. You can do that at Gray Digital Marketing. That is at GRAY Digital MKTG on Instagram. And I will send you my free ebook on how to sell in your stores. It was such a joy to be able to work with all of you today. I hope you took away at least one thing, and I look forward to seeing you on social media. Talk soon. Mahalo. Catch you on the grab.
Says, get your LinkedIn life together. Ooh, Were you like me? Were you afraid of LinkedIn because you didn't really understand the landscape? She's going to start this thing out, taking you on a journey of the mind, asking you to just journey with her. And that journey is going to take you to a place either you ready to go or you're going to get the skills, tips that she's going to give you so that you're confident to go. Come on, y'all. Y'all, go ahead, get your pen, your paper, get your laptop, get your iPad, whatever you're using to write these notes, because I'm going to tell you, you want to get them. LinkedIn is where it is right now. And Facebook is still there, but LinkedIn, without LinkedIn, you're not connected to those businesses that you want so desperately to serve. So come on in. Go ahead and hit the emojis. Hit the emoji.
Imagine you are at a conference that has everyone that you want to meet, some of your peers, but your ideal clients, decision makers, money spenders, corporate representatives, professionals who need your service. You get connected to some people, and at the end of the conversation, they say, let's connect on LinkedIn. And what happens for you? Are you excited? Are you proud? Are you ready for them to see your LinkedIn? Or are you saying to yourself, I better get my LinkedIn life together? Well, hello. I am Miss Nina B. Abdul-Wakil, LinkedIn strategist, and I am the founder of Social Media Success Network. And I just want to take a few minutes to talk to you about, yes, getting your LinkedIn life together. Let's face it, there are so many opportunities for people to see you, to hear from you, to learn from you, for you to expand your business using LinkedIn, particularly if your audience is professionally oriented or corporate clients. So why aren't you on LinkedIn? What are you missing? What should you be doing? Maybe you're on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, TikTok or Clubhouse, and those are great platforms. They have a purpose. But if you know right in the niggling space in your mind that you should be on LinkedIn and you're not doing anything about it, you need to change that. So you may be saying, okay, Miss Nina B, what do I need to be doing? So let me have a few moments of your time to just share 3 things that you need to do to get your LinkedIn life together. 3 things you need to do to get your LinkedIn life together. So the first thing. Let's start with 1. Establish your brand presence on LinkedIn. No one can buy from you if they don't know you exist. If you have an outdated profile and have no information on there about your business, how will they know you solved their problem? So your step 1 is to establish your brand presence on LinkedIn. And how do you do that? You optimize your profile. Your profile is your storefront. It's where people come to find out about you and to validate about you. So step 1, establish your brand presence by optimizing your profile. So a couple of points of what does optimizing look like? Well, let's start with a great professional headshot and a wonderful, compelling, and captivating cover image. That's that big image that's at the top of your profile. You have so many options to put there, but make sure it speaks to your target audience. And then the remainder of your profile should build upon that story. Let them know who you are. Let them know who you serve. Let them know how you serve and the results you get and help your clients get. Not to mention the piece of your profile that I call the social proof. It's where people can recommend you, endorse you. That says other people think you're great. You need that too. That's all about optimizing your profile. So, what else do you need to do to get your LinkedIn life together? After you establish your brand presence, then you want to do number two. Then you want to do number two. Lift and raise your brand voice, your content. No one knows about you unless they see you. No one knows what you care about unless they hear you. Your content is the cornerstone of your brand voice, and how you raise it on LinkedIn may vary. Obviously, you have options to post. You can post short posts, long posts, video posts, images. You have all different options to post the type of content on LinkedIn. You can create a blog post like articles, but posting is how you raise your voice. If no one knows how you feel about something, what's important to you for your clients, what kind of results that you get them, then how will they know they should work with you? So your brand voice is the second thing you need to get your LinkedIn life together. So get your brand presence and then get your brand voice. And number three is your brand engagement. Build relationships. LinkedIn is not a hit it and quit it platform. It's about building relationships for the long haul. And how do you do that? You engage with people. You get to know them. You care about what they care about. You find out how they're doing in their business, in their space, in their growth, in their development. How can what they do, how can you serve them and help them in what they do? So to engage, you have to spend time on the platform, and the platform honors that. So when you spend 15 minutes of your day on LinkedIn, commenting on your connections posts, posting your content, responding to surveys, making comments in the groups you're connected in, all of that matters. That's how you build relationships. Establishing and doing messaging in LinkedIn Messenger on the platform. The platform sees you active and it honors that. That's about getting your LinkedIn life together. So, the next time you are at a conference and someone says, let's connect on LinkedIn, you don't have to shrink back. You can say, sure, let's connect. Because I've got my LinkedIn life together. I've got 1, my brand presence on LinkedIn established. 2, my brand voice is clear and compelling. And 3, I know how to build relationships. That's my brand engagement. That's what brand loyalty, that builds brand loyalty. It builds branding connections. And you will start to see the return on that investment on LinkedIn. Okay, so I'm Miss Nina B, and the first thing I'd like to ask you to do is to connect with me on LinkedIn. Miss Nina B. Abdul-Wakil, and I want to help you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be watching me from. Today, I will be talking about finding your yes and walking, in your power. So I have a workshop for you. It's all about finding your yes and putting your life in focus. You see, as women, we tend to allow the situations that we go through to write our stories. We tend to allow the people that are around us, we tend to allow the job, the situations we find ourselves to write our stories. We tend to want to love people, be everything for everyone, when we are actually not being anything for ourselves. And that's why I said, and today I'll be talking about finding your yes and putting your life in focus. When I say your yes, I mean YESS.
YESS, finding your yes and putting your life in focus. Your yes means your essence. And your essence is the power of your presence. It's the power that touches everyone that comes in contact with you. Your essence is that heat that, burns out, that light from your burning log, that fire from the candle that is on the inside of you. It's all about who you are, what you represent. But along the line, we tend to lose this essence. On our journey as women and as young ladies, we experience things like not being good enough, maybe being cheated upon in relationships, taking care of everyone but yourself, not really doing the things that you want to do because of the culture, because of religion, because of maybe the family that you come from, the stereotypical narratives in the environment, in the world. We also conform to finding ourselves trying to fit in and blending into the background. We find ourselves as women trying to prove ourselves in different spheres of life, especially when we are in male-dominated environments. We also find ourselves trying to be perfect, trying to fix every other person but ourselves. We tend to the needs of every other person to our own detriment, maybe because that is how we have been wired to be. We have been wired to be nurturers. However, we tend to lose ourselves and we allow the situations to write our story. And then we end up feeling stuck in a rut. We end up not living life with intention. We end up feeling so empty, depressed. We end up feeling sorry for ourselves. And then we are looking for balance. We are trying to juggle the job, the marriage, being a mother, being a sister, being a friend, even being you. You are trying to find balance in your life. You want to live life on your own terms. And in the midst of it all, you realize that you are broke, busted, and disgusted. And then you find out that you need to breathe again. Hence the need for change. You start looking for change. You start trying to find yourself. You start asking yourself questions like, how did I get here in the first place? How did I lose my sense of direction? How did I lose my sense of purpose? Because I am trying to be somebody. I am trying to be something for everybody and nothing for myself. And that is the reason I created the YES program for women. Just like you, I have been there. My name is Femi Ayodele. I live in Maryland. I am a Nigerian, and I'm a mother of 2 amazing children. I'm introverted, empathetic. I read electronics and computer engineering, and I worked for 11 years in the Nigerian oil and gas sector. I did a 9-to-5. I had this, good job. I'll get to that later. And I am the founder of Your Essence Life Coaching. You might be asking, why am I saying all of this? See, I am the first child of 3 children. I grew up in a house where my parents were always at each other's throat. And as the first child, the only girl, and I was the eldest. I am like 7 years older than my younger brother. So you see, it was like I was the one that really knew what was going on, the genesis of the breakdown of their marriage. And I'm here trying to be the good child, trying to be the peacemaker. I am the emotional support for my mom, and I am trying to be the good girl so I don't upset my father. You see, I grew up trying to be everything to everybody to the point that I forgot about my own emotional needs. So at some point, I started to parent my parents. And to make matters worse, my father was an authoritarian, and most of my decisions when it comes to schooling, when it comes to the courses that I read, were made by him. I couldn't say no because I didn't want another outburst in the house. If I say no, it will affect my mother. So I just didn't want to be I just wanted to please everybody and be good and avoid chaos. So I was trying to be good for everybody. I got into this relationship and the same thing happened to me. I lost myself in this marriage. I was trying to be the best wife, got pregnant, had children. I lost myself in motherhood, trying to be the best mother. At the same time, still trying to be the best sister to my brothers and trying to be the best child, a good daughter to my parents. At the same time, juggling, trying to be the good employee at work. This was a job where I wasn't fulfilled at. But then I was having a lot of crises in my marriage. And that unfulfilling job, in quotes, became my go-to for solace. You can see how twisted it all was. The job was good, but I felt unfulfilled at it, but it was the solace that I had to go to just block my mind from the toxicity that was going on in the marriage. At a point, when I got cheated upon, that broke me. It was like I had given 12 years of my life trying to make this marriage work, trying to be the good wife. And I'm still on this unfulfilled job. I'm not still doing the job that I want to do. I read a course that I did not want to read. You know, at that point, I started thinking, like, how did I get here? How did I get myself in this situation? How did I lose myself? I knew there was more to me than all that I was going through. Friends, I had to go on a journey to finding myself. It was when I embarked on this journey to finding myself that I began to look into me and ask my Creator for answers to the questions that I've been seeking elsewhere. You see, I was seeking answers to my questions. I was looking for myself in other people. I was looking for myself in a job. I refused to look on the inside of me. And at the end of the day, when I began to look inside me and I found these answers, I told myself, it is time to start being me unapologetically. So I made these decisions and I began to cut those things that weren't serving me anymore. I quit the job because I was frustrated at it. I was unhappy at it. Although the job had so many benefits, you know, came with all the goodies, but I just quit the job. And I summoned the courage with all the cheating going on. I said, you know what, anything that is not serving me, I have to cut ties with it. And I decided to, you know, have a divorce, started my own business. And I started on this journey towards finding myself. And when I was able to do this, I said, you know what? I need to awaken other women, even as I continue on my journey of, you know, self-discovery. And that is my why. My why is to awaken other women, even as I journey in life, to empower myself and to make sure my children live life on their own terms and not on the dictates of other people, not on the dictates of a spouse, not on the dictates of their job, not on the dictates of culture, society, or whatever. It is time to write your own story and be in charge of your life. Women, it is time to put your life in focus. Life is short. You only live once. Finding yourself is all about putting your life in focus. And putting your life in focus is all about Personal transformation. It's all about change. And it starts with your emotions. And like we all know, emotions are your energy in motion. And that brings me to understanding that, you see, the first law of conservation of energy says that you cannot create or destroy energy. Rather, it can be transferred from one form to the other. So you can actually transform your pain into something else, into your passion. You can transform the self-pity into power. You can transform the hate that you have for yourself into loving yourself. You can transform that confusion to determination. It all lies in you. It all lies in your ability to do the inner work. To transform yourself is all about internal change. And before you can do that, you need to do the inner work. The inner work has to do with you. You have to do the work. No one else has to do the work. You have to do the work by taking responsibility for allowing people treat you the way they treated you. People treat you the way they treat you because you allowed it. So you need to be ready to take responsibility and stand and lead yourself. Personal transformation comes with self-leadership. Without it, you cannot transform that energy from one form to another. And finding yourself, which is personal transformation, starts with you accepting yourself. It's a huge cycle. You set goals, you reconnect with yourself, you start being authentic, you renew your mind, you stretch and grab opportunities. And along the line, you tell yourself that you are your own cheerleader. You cheer yourself on and be the miracle that you want to see. So it starts from you first asking yourself, what do I really love about myself? Remember, I said that transformation starts with self-leadership. And powerful people ask powerful questions. Powerful leaders ask powerful questions because those powerful questions will steer your focus in the direction of having positive transformation. So you first need to ask yourself, what do I love about myself? What are my weaknesses? What are my strengths? What makes me unique? I was in a what do they call it now? A team building session. And the facilitator asked us, he said, what do you love about yourself? At that point, I was like, you know, he said we should write 15 things that we loved about ourselves. Believe you me, I was only able to write 5 things. At that point, I asked myself, does it mean that I don't love myself? And that gave me an aha moment. Like, if I can't find things to love about me, how do I expect people to find things to love about me? And then it took me on this exercise and I began to write the things. I started finding things to love about myself. I began to write them and I made them my affirmations every single day. So you need to do that for yourself because you'll be shocked. What do you love about yourself? You might just say, oh, you'll be shocked that you don't really even know what you love about yourself. And when you ask yourself, what are my weaknesses? What are my strengths? Your strengths are those things that just come naturally to you. Your weaknesses are those things that, you know, you suck at. So what I would say is when you find your weaknesses, make sure that, I'm not saying you should focus on your weaknesses, but work on them in such a way that they don't cancel out your strength. I have put some exercises in the workbook. You can download the workbook and just take some time out and ask yourself these questions and put down what your strengths are. Put down what your weaknesses are. This is like a personal SWOT analysis. What makes you unique? What are your quirks? What are those things that will make people really love you and those things that will make people really hate you? What are your quirks? What are your core values? What are those things that you stand up for? These are questions that we ask ourselves on this journey. Like I would always say, acceptance is the start of the journey. You need to be able to know yourself, accept yourself, accept your beauty, accept your quirks, accept the weaknesses, the good and the bad sides of you. And then, having done that, you begin to set goals. Okay, this is who I am. What do I really want to achieve in life? You set smart, achievable goals. You make sure your goals are smart. Make sure they are specific. They are measurable. They are attainable. They are time bound. They are relevant to who you want to become. For example, if you want to become maybe the best at your job, at what time? What really do you want to be good at? Or you want to start a business. What kind of business do you want to start? When do you want to start the business? How do you intend to know that your business is growing? At what point do you want to have achieved this goal? This business you're saying you want to do, does it really tie with your passion and your purpose? How relevant is it to you? How are you going to measure your success? So these are the things that you need to ask yourself on your journey towards finding yourself, on your journey towards walking in your essence and embracing your power. Always have that goal in hand, and then you have a plan. You have a plan when you want to achieve what you need to achieve. Because it's one thing to have a goal. If you do not write it down, if you do not make sure that it is properly planned out, it is just a wish. It is just a wish. And I mean, you can go on with your life without achieving it. So if you're really serious about achieving your goal, you need to make sure you have a plan that is achievable. And then having done that, you grab every opportunity and live your life with excellence. Another thing that you can, another way, or what I would say I did when I was trying to find myself was I had to reconnect to my inner child. And this process of reconnecting with my inner child had everything to do with me going back to the 5-year-old me, the 7-year-old me, to ask myself, what happened to me at that time? Now, the reason I'm going there is because I have been able to realize what's happening to me now. Like, I have been able to realize that I lost myself. I'm trying to find myself again. So I went back to the 7-year-old me to say, what happened there? And I'm able to tell the 7-year-old me, look, it's okay. That is what we all need to do. We need to reconnect with our inner child. What are those things that you used to love to do that situations have made you not to do anymore? You need to ask yourself, what happened? So what we are trying to do in this scenario of reconnecting to your inner child is we are trying to collect the dots. So you collect the dots by asking yourself, okay, right now I see that I am I'm very emotional, if that's what you're feeling right now, or you are very aggressive. And then you are asking yourself, what do I do? How can I transform myself from being aggressive to being a calmer person? You then look back and say, what happened at my childhood? You go back there and collect the dots. When you collect the dots, then you are able to say, oh, okay, this happened in my childhood, and that is why I am behaving like this at the age of 30-something. Now, what you are doing is you are connecting the dots. Then the next step is for you to correct the dots. So I would always say the way, before you can move forward, you need to, go backwards and get some information that can help you, learn lessons that can help you change some things about yourself and push you forward. So I had to do that. I had to reparent myself. I had to go back to my inner child and tell my inner child that it is okay. So that's what you need to do. You need to go back and tell your inner child it's okay to feel the way you are feeling. It's now time to come out of that feeling, because it's time for you to heal. It's time for you to find yourself again. So you begin to ask yourself, what are those things that you used to do as a child that you no longer do? And ask yourself, having done that, ask yourself questions like, what do I want to be remembered for? What legacy do I want to leave on this earth? And what would I do if I'm not afraid of what the world thinks about me? What would I do if I'm not afraid of criticism? If I'm not afraid of success? If I'm not afraid of rejection and abandonment? What would I do? The first thing you need to do is to take off the mask. See, a lot of us women, we want to paint a picture like, oh, I'm in a good marriage, I have a good job. You know, you paint that picture like my life is, I have it all together, when really you don't have it all together. Really, you are dying inside. I'm saying this because this is what happened to me. I am going to church, I'm raising holy hands, I'm feeling like everything is all together, but I'm dying inside because I'm in a toxic marriage and I am unfulfilled on my job. So I'm telling the world I am good when really I am afraid, when really I don't feel, you know, what it's really, I am weak, really I am depressed. So what I will tell you to do is, for you to find yourself back again, you need to become authentic. You need to be vulnerable and open-minded. When you are open-minded, you open yourself up for growth. You need to follow your intuition and you know, follow your intuition to lead you forward. You need to be able to lead yourself. Like I said earlier, self-leadership is a representation of self-love. You need to be able to speak your opinions authentically and assertively. When you are your authentic self, what you do is that you give yourself permission to become who you have been called to be. And at that time, your beauty truly shines. So I need you to tell yourself, I give myself permission to be who I have been called to be. I give myself permission to be the woman of my dreams. Having done that, you begin to renew your mind. You begin to renew your mind, because you cannot get somewhere your mind hasn't gotten to. You begin to renew your mind. You begin to, you know, activate growth. An open mind is a growth mindset. Once you begin to renew your mind, what you are doing is you are activating your growth. You are saying that I no longer want to be in the situation that I am in. I am learning better things. I am becoming the me that I have been called to be. And what you do at that point is you begin to learn new things. You filter truths. You unlearn what you have learned before. You research and then you relearn. And at that point, what you are doing is you are taking yourself to a point, because it's all about transformation. When you renew your mind, you are taking yourself to a point where you become the miracle that you want to see. You become the woman of your dreams. And when you are at that point where you are the woman of your dreams, the next thing for you to do is you begin to walk in your essence. You begin to stretch and grab opportunities. When I mean stretch, I mean you begin to look inside of you. The Bible says that out of your bellies shall flow rivers of living waters. The Bible also tells me that I should seek first the kingdom of God, and every other thing shall be added on unto me. How do you seek the kingdom of God? The Bible says the kingdom of God is on the inside of you. So the truth is, you have a well of creativity on the inside of you. So where do you need to stretch to? Stretch inside. Stretch into the gifts that lie inside of you so that you can tap into the well that will spring forth rivers of living waters. In other words, what I'm trying to say is work on your gifts and talents, those giftings that you have buried because of what people will say, those talents, those things that you have stopped to do, those things that bring life back into you that you have stopped to do because of what people will say. Go back and begin to work your gifts. Seek opportunities that are in line with your passion. Grab these opportunities and continue to move with excellence. See, when you start to do that, the truth is you have a lot of haters. You will have a lot of people who might not understand you anymore. They'll be like, you are changing. I don't understand you. They misunderstand you. Some will envy you. Some will just, But what I'm here to tell you today is you need to be your own cheerleader. You need to get to a point where you are affirming yourself. See, if you did not do the work of knowing yourself, of knowing those things that you love about yourself, you cannot bring yourself to a point where you can say nice things to yourself. You will not be able to bring yourself to the point where you can affirm yourself. If you are unable to lead yourself because you love yourself, you will not be able to invest in yourself. Invest in yourself, treat yourself well, because nobody would. Like I said before, you show people how to treat you by the way you treat yourself. That was something that I wasn't doing for myself. That was something that I didn't think I loved myself enough. And that was why I was treated the way I was treated. So you need to show people how to treat you by how you treat yourself. You love on yourself, affirm yourself, invest in yourself. So this journey of finding your yes through personal transformation is a continuous journey. It doesn't end. It's you, after being the miracle that you want to be, you continue to accept. It's just a cycle. It's a continuous process. And what I would say to you, yes, you watching me, is don't fit in. Stand out, stand tall, shine and fly. Because it's time to rewrite your story. A lot of times we forget that we are the star in our own movie. We forget that we need to write our own story. This is the reason that this Your Essence Life Coaching and the Yes program was created. Are you searching for a way to improve your life, to make changes in your life? You need someone who will listen, because sometimes the journey can be very tiring, especially when you are walking this life on your own, when you have no one cheering you up. You need someone who will listen, ask tough questions, and help you find what you have been missing in your life. You need an accountability partner, and that is what we provide with Your Essence Life Coaching. We provide you the opportunity to break free from old patterns of behavior that no longer serve you. And we help you create lasting change by holding you accountable to the goals that you set yourself to achieve. We look into areas of personal relationship, career, and spiritual life as well. I am dedicated to helping my clients achieve their goals with compassion, empathy, professionalism, and respect. The services that I provide are tailored specifically for young ladies and women, because I realize that there are a lot of people, a lot of women that are struggling in this area. They are struggling, they are juggling too many things at the same time, juggling with finding themselves. And that is why I decided to tailor my services towards young ladies and women. I really want to help you put your life in focus. We make use of powerful, proven tools and techniques that can help you create new beliefs for the future. Now, the first step is always figuring out what it is we really want from our lives and what we need to change or modify in order to get there. Your Life Essence coaching provides the guidance needed through every stage of the process, so you don't have to go through it alone. It can be very challenging. You might be going through a divorce. You might be going through, trying to transit from your career to your business. You might be going through depression at the point of childbirth. You might be trying to just find your space in this world. Your Essence Life Coaching provides the guidance that you need through every step of the way. We have a 3-month intensive self-analysis, discovery journey, mindset shifting, journey. You have access to my free ebook. In this 3-month intensive program, you have online courses that are free as well. You have access to the Facebook group. I have one-on-one life coaching sessions that are tailored just for you. So whether it is your career, it is your relationship, or just general how to cope with life issues you want coaching on, I am here. We are available to provide these services to you. I'm here to serve you. I also offer group life coaching sessions where you can learn from other people. You can collaborate with other women. You can also network with other women and create that support. Sometimes we just need the support around us, support of people that have gone through the things that we have gone through, to be able to tell us, look, you are on the right direction. We have your back. We feel your pain. So this group coaching sessions will also provide you with all of that. And you also have access to my online YouTube content. Once again, my name is Femi Ayodele. And if you would love to, contact me, I have a link to my calendar where you can have a free discovery call, free 30 minutes discovery call. The link is right here. And you can call me on 240-716-9130. My number is 240-716-9130. My IG is YesLC_123. And you can send me a friend request on Facebook, Oluwafemi Ayodele. You can also email me on yourlife@yeslifecoaching.com. See, I am here to be your sister in transformation, because I believe that you cannot do life alone, especially when you are in a tough situation. You need support. You need someone to hold your hand along the way and tell you that it's okay. You need someone to hold your hands along the way and hold you accountable to those things that you said you will do. You need someone to hold your hand along the way and tell you that you are meant for this journey. You need someone to hold your hand along the way and tell you that you will be fine. You will be fine even if it looks as if everything is going south for you. I just need you to reach out and we'll take it up from there. Once again, my name is Femi Ayodele, and I hope to hear from you very soon. Please do not forget that you need to put your life in focus. I love you all, guys. Please do remember to download the workbook, and I have quite a lot of exercises for you over there. Feel free to take those exercises to heart, do them, and you'll be happy that you did. Thank you once again. Bye, guys.
Talk about the entrepreneur mindset. Anyone can come up with a new idea, but building a successful business around it is the entrepreneur challenge. The entrepreneur mindset is unique. It must be creative. It must be communicative and highly motivated to succeed, but open to risk and failure. The success or failure of the business comes down to characteristics of the entrepreneur. It takes a unique characteristic to blend one big idea into a fully functional, thriving business. As an entrepreneur, you must think different about your approach and work toward separating your mindset from the rest. Entrepreneurship is the birth, the choice, and the destiny. Birth is the dream. Choice is deciding to focus on that dream. Destiny is the future results from a predetermined course of events. Martin Luther King said, faith is taking the first step even when you can't see the whole staircase. As an entrepreneur, we work tirelessly, working toward our goals, always thinking about the next move toward success. Everyone has their own version of success. It's personal. However, once you identify your version, then you start to set realistic goals. You must understand your impact as a leader and take actions to be impactful. Fear of success can hold you back. You define the moment, or the moment defines you. Focus on your goals. Be specific. Growth is uncomfortable. It's easy to set goals, but harder to make the sacrifice. Don't think outside the box. Think like there is no box. Challenges are inevitable, but quitting should never be an option. Grow into the best version of yourself. Dream with your eyes open. Remind yourself why you decided to make a difference. I have 5 characteristics to cultivate your success. Number 1, a positive mindset and outlook is a must for any successful entrepreneur. The mindset is the head of the company. It sets goals for the tone and the rest and influences the culture. Negative thoughts undermine the forward motion of the progress of the company, not to mention the ability to lead and motivate the staff. Cultivating a positive attitude is not about sticking your head in the sand and ignoring the things that could go wrong, but it's about learning how to mentally reframe your response. Number 2, you must have a creative mindset. Creativity is needed for any entrepreneur's success. The mind of an entrepreneur is always looking for ideas and innovations. The basic life cycle of the entrepreneur product stems from the conception of the idea, followed by turning the idea into a viable product or service. Number 3, persuasive communication ability. The best entrepreneurs are persuasive individuals. The power of persuasion can help you negotiate, close sales, and get a better price on your inventory. Persuasive people tend to be inspiring leaders, while some are more naturally persuasive than others. Persuasive communication skills can lead you to learn the practice that is needed. Learning to communicate is advantageous no matter what your industry is. Number 4, motivation and drive. Motivation is one of the top characteristics of any entrepreneur. You must be self-motivated as opposed to looking for others to push you and helping you, hold you accountable to get things done. Having a lot at stake fuels the motivational key and using goals to motivate the high quality. High quality goals are clear, achievable, and manageable. High quality goals provide a sense of motivation, which accomplish any objective. Number 5, the ability to learn from failures. Man, when starting a business, you hope that your business will be successful. Success is wonderful, but failure is where growth and change happens. The key to learning from failure is actually learn and embrace your mistakes so that you can make better decisions that won't break you. Failure is inevitable, but your reaction to your failure is what makes you. Do your best to remove emotion from your mistakes to make you the best entrepreneur. Starting and running a business is exciting, rewarding, and positive. You get things done. You learn how to embrace your entrepreneurial mindset and cultivate key characteristics linked to your success. This will help you build a thriving business. I'm Vanessa Cookie Cade.
Wow, there are so many obstacles and challenges that were defining moments for me. However, there is one that I know shift the trajectory of my life. And that was when I was unjustly fired from a job that I sacrificed so much for. It was devastating and painful on so many levels. Number one, I was a single parent raising a 2-year-old daughter. This was my only source of income. And then also I left corporate America to pursue this opportunity because I believed in the vision and the mission of this organization, and to have taken almost a $10,000 pay cut to give my all to this organization and their cause, and to have myself to be unjustly fired, that was hard for me. I chose this particular assignment, this particular business, because I love to see women leading out front. Yes, I would love to see women in leadership, leading in the marketplace, leading in ministry. And this is why I established You Are You and Associates and You Are Unique Academy, because I want to teach, I want to train, I want to coach ambitious women who may work a 9-to-5 and they feel unfulfilled, undervalued. Hello, my name is Geronda Marks, also known as Coach J. I am the owner of You Are You and Associates and the CEO and founder of You Are Unique Academy. I was born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana, so I'm a 504 girl. However, I am presently residing now in Forney, Texas. The women that work with me, I want them to know their worth. I want them to be confident and courageous, and to know that they add value to every room, to every table, to every life that they encounter. I am committed to fulfill my God-ordained purpose. I know that this is a kingdom assignment for me. I always tell individuals, I'm gonna die empty. I am a pitcher that pours. And so I want to pour into this next generation. I want to also pour into the world. Every gift, every skill, every talent that I have, I am a resource. And as the word says, I want to be an epistle that's read of men.
It's been so much fire here on the Black CEO, this conference, this summit, this fire. has been so good that I had to came out my jacket, y'all. I didn't came out my jacket. But here's the deal. Right now, Geronda Marks is going to tell us about how to own our space. Own the room for success. She's going to give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strategies, 5 things, 5 walls to knock down, 5 things that we got to do to make sure that we own that space for our success. Come on, Miss Marks. Come on. All right, y'all, hit the emojis. Y'all know what to do. Hit the emoji.
Hello, my name is Geronda Marks, and I am hailing from Forney, Texas, but I'm a 504 girl. And I am sharing with you a message today that I really believe is going to impact your life and really set you up for success. And the title is The Upside Downs of Being a Successful CEO. Did you get that? The upside downs of a successful CEO. Let me ask you a question. Do you have a dream? You're probably like, I have so many dreams, Coach Jay, Geronda. What a question to ask. Well, let me ask you another question. Is this dream big, beautiful, and humanly impossible, which means you need God's help to make it happen? Yeah, we all, many of you that are viewing me right now and listening to me right now, I know you have a dream. But one of those dreams that you may have is being the CEO of your own life, being your own boss. That's an amazing, exciting dream. And trust me, that's a possible dream. Why don't you declare that with me? It is possible. Yeah, it is possible for me to be the CEO of my own life. But also too, what does that really look like? For me, I'll give you 4 F's when I think about being the CEO of my own life. One of them is freedom. Yes, freedom, meaning not having a taskmaster on your back, breathing all on your neck. You could be as creative as you desire to be. Yeah, you won't have any limitations or restrictions, meaning you're liberated to do what you want to do. That's freedom. Yes. And flexibility. Flexibility is also something that we all desire, meaning being able to set your own schedule, to be able to spend quality time with your children, your loved ones, without any fear of losing your job if you have to take care of a loved one, things like that. So freedom and flexibility. Also, what about financial security? We all want to experience financial security. What does that look like? Having enough money to take a vacation wherever you want to go, whenever you want to do it, saving up for your retirement or an investment. Yeah, but then the other F, I love this one, fulfillment. Come on, think about that. I want to be doing the work that I'm doing now in this season. I want it to be fulfilling. I want it to be my calling, my assignment. And so when we think about being our own CEO, that's what we think about: freedom, flexibility, financial security, and fulfillment. That's a great future. And guess what? You can have that as well. But also, I want you to understand that on this entrepreneurial journey, as you are endeavoring to be your own boss, this journey can be both a blessing and a burden. Oh yeah, it's some ups and some downs. And so I want the truth to be told. I want you to understand that it's not always crystal stairs or a bed of roses. No, we got to shed the truth about this journey of entrepreneurship, building a business. Because you know what, when we look at social media could fool us. Let me tell you, everything you see that glitters is not gold. Social media is showing us the highlight reels of people's lives, business owners, the cars, the houses, the likes, and all of those wonderful things. I call that the pop in the bottles and you can have whatever you like lifestyle. And you know what? All of that is possible, but make sure that you don't get it twisted, that there are going to be some ups and downs. You have to have the right perspective of what it means to be a successful CEO. So all Coach Jay want you to do, I want you to just look at this journey as a journey that's going to add value to you. Yeah, you're going to have the ups, the downs, you're going to have the trials and the tribulations, but do know that that's what makes a great CEO. Let me ask you the question, what does success mean to you? Not what the world says success is, but what does it mean to you? I like to say that success is me finding and following the will of God for my life. We can't let the world dictate to us what success looks like. And so the question becomes, what does success looks like for you? What is it that you've been assigned to do? You have to have the right perspective and understand that nothing happens overnight. We all have to undergo a process. So all I want to do is I want you to be alert and I want you to be vigilant, because on this journey, like I said, you'll have some ups and downs, but I don't want you to break down in the middle of the journey. So I am going to share with you 5 areas. Say that with me, 5 areas that you need to safeguard when you're traveling down this entrepreneurial journey. You know how it is that you don't see it now, but say for instance, at the bank, there's a vault and you have a guard that is standing outside the vault. That guard, that police officer, they're on duty, to protect the precious jewels on the other side of the door. And this is what I need you to do. These 5 areas, I need you to put a guard at the door. I need you to have some safeguards put up. So you ask, what are those areas? Well, number 1, your personal life. On this journey, please know your personal life, it will suffer if you do not pay close attention to it. Come on, what do I mean? Your relationships. Because on this journey, your relationships can have go through some strenuous seasons, some challenges, some ups and downs if you're married, if you have children. So you have to get the right perspective about your personal life. And you need to safeguard your personal life. You have to, let me tell you how you could do that. You must clarify the vision. With whoever is walking alongside of you on this journey, be clear about the vision that you have for your family. Communicate your commitments, because guess what? You're not going to just be working 8 hours a day. No, you're going to be working 24 hours a day. Sometimes you're going to just have to just burn the midnight oil. And the people you're connected to, your spouse, your children, need to understand so that they will not suffer. So you have to clarify the vision in your personal life, communicate your commitments, and then consistently check in. Okay, I'm talking about that one area, your personal life. I don't want to see your personal life suffer. I've coached so many men and women who are on this journey and their spouses are not on board. Their children, it's like their pain. It's like they're thorn in their flesh. And I thank God for my husband. If it wasn't for my husband, I don't think I could be able to be as successful as I am, because he's my support. He's my cheerleader, and you need that. So that's number 1, your personal life. How about your rest? Oh, you're going to have those sleepless nights, but you got to be intentional in getting the proper rest. Yes. You have to make sure that you're taking the necessary breaks. You're going on the vacations, taking the vacations, long vacations. You're making time for self-care. Take care of you. This is the only body you have. So you have to take care of yourself. Get the proper rest. Man, you know what? Rest is not just sleep. Let me say that again. Rest is not just sleep. I'm talking about some mental rest, emotional rest. So you have to make sure that you get rest. Why? Because you can't be creative if you are not properly rested. Okay. So you need the rest. Number 3, your heart and your mind, hand and glove. There'll be highs and there'll be lows. And there's some things that the enemy are going to send to attack you, make you feel low, failure, disappointment, setbacks. Guard your heart and your mind. On this journey, there are going to be some successes. There's going to be some failures, but you have to guard your heart and mind for your mentality, for your mindset and your sanity, your mindset and your sanity. All right. You got it. So number 4, we're on the 4th one, your experiences. There will be some unforeseen challenges that you will have to go through. And so I want you to not think it's strange concerning these trials that you go through. Your experiences are necessary for the journey. Your experiences is how you're able to reflect and able to bounce back from those setbacks. Okay. So area number 4 is your experiences. Okay. You have to be able to guard that. And then your reputation. Everyone will not like you. Everyone will not support you. Everyone will not be happy about you going on this journey. So understand that they're going to talk about you. And this is what I tell individuals. I say to those that I coach, what other people say about you, man, that's their business, not your business. You focus on your business, okay? Just don't give them ammunition to shoot you or to kill you with, okay? Make sure you're doing the right thing, all right? So I've shared with you 5 areas to safeguard on this journey, because it's gonna be challenging, but you can handle it. Your personal life, your rest, your heart and mind, I say those go hand in glove, the experiences, and then your reputation. Man, trust me, every CEO, we start out optimistic and excited about the journey, but then things happen along the way. But when those things happen along the way, I dare you to be consistent. Stay consistent. Keep your why in your heart. Be proactive in your defense against attacks. I've given you them, right? I've shared with you the 5 areas that you must safeguard, okay? So this message is your defense. It's your preparation and it's your prescription when times get tough and times get hard. Don't let those areas suffer, because you'll always be able to bounce back, okay? So understand that in this season, all I want you to do, I want you to level up and lead. I want you to boss up and build a successful business. I want you to keep showing up. I want you to keep your word, and I want you to finish strong. And as I always say, I like to encourage individuals to know that you have value. Your skills, your gifts, they're valuable to the kingdom. They're valuable to the people that you serve. So this is what I want you to always do. I want you to always remember that you add value to every room you walk into, to every table that you sit at, and then also to every life that you're going to encounter on this journey. You got what it takes. There's gonna be highs and lows, there's gonna be ups and downs, but I guarantee you, you're gonna make it. So I hope that you will go out and be successful.
I've often thought that being successful was balancing everything and always giving everything and everyone an equal amount of time. What I've come to realize is that it's not in the balancing, but in successfully blending. And by blending, I mean taking all parts of your life, whether it's your business, whether it's school, whether it's your family, whether it's your hobbies, whether it's self-care, blending all of that successfully from day to day, month to month, year to year, and just blending those facets so that you are a complete and whole person, able to give your whole and complete self. And when you're in those different facets, truly honoring being present at those times. I think that's the biggest challenge that I'm glad that I've overcome. I chose my business because it fills an industry need. And it's important to me that I'm able to empower others that look like me to build wealth by maximizing what they've already mastered and taking that mastery into the areas of corporate and government contracting, as well as pivoting their minority certifications to maximize their business growth. I'm Dr. B. Adamson, and I'm here from Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. My company is Airlo Owens Transportation and Logistics. Again, welcome. People often say they want 7 different streams of income. And when we think of that, we often think 7 different kinds of businesses. When in actuality, I'd like those that are willing to work with me to be willing to invest in their business so that they maximize what they've already mastered, and just using a different pathway to do that, that being government and corporate contracting. I plan to make the world by being committed to living my life by its authentic design and not living life by default, and by default in choosing not to take chances make informed decisions and actionable choices so that I can live my authentic purpose.
Hey friend, it is your transformation architect, and I just want to check in. I just want to do a quick check-in. I hope that you're using your pen and your paper, your iPad, your computer, your laptop, your mind. I hope you're getting what you came to get. Don't leave any money, mindfulness, or magnitude or magnificence on the table. Oh, let's get into it. Because Brandy Adamson is going to come and talk to us about building successful economics bridges between corporations and communities. What is she going to be talking about? She's going to be talking about leveraging your minority contracts. She's going to talk about us going in there and getting those corporate contracts. If this is for you, you better be tapped in, dialed all the way in. If you know somebody that this is for, get them on the line. If they ain't in this conference right now, get them on the horn. They ought to be here. Take notes, because you don't want to miss out on this. Y'all know what to do. Go ahead and give her flowers now. Hit the emojis, clap, clap. Make sure you pay attention and put little words in there. I'll be back.
Hello, and thank you for joining. Today, we are going to speak about building successful economic bridges between corporations and communities from the aspect of government contracting. This is being presented by Arlo Owens, Inc. We thank you for joining us. Our agenda. We'll tell you a little bit about Arlo Owens. We'll talk about what is contracting, the importance of pivoting into contracting. We know as business owners, we wonder, okay, is this the new thing? Is this really something feasible for my business? Is it worth my time? We'll talk about leveraging your minority certification. And lastly, we'll talk about the significance to your business and your community. So, Arlo Owens, Inc., we're your partner and advisor in business development. This is a woman-owned company. We have cross-industry experience in servicing, and we have a national client base. So no matter your industry, we've probably worked with you. We provide consulting and advisory services in a number of areas: government and corporate contracting, minority certification, subcontract management, when you have those contracts, as well as compliance to ensure that you're following what you've signed up for in your contract, as well as contract lifecycle management. So you're invoicing, ensuring that your insurance stays intact, and the like. We also talk about business and strategic development. We work with companies to build diversity inclusion programs. So supplier diversity program development and administration. We also do some matchmaking. So if you are interested in being in the contracting space, we can help you find which organizations, being companies, or which agencies you best kind of match with. We also do branding. Branding is important because that is your face to your clients. So, what is contracting? Government contracting is the process that allows a company to sell their goods and/or services to the government. And when you think government, remember county agencies, city agencies, state agencies, and federal. There are different types of contracting opportunities. There are those that are competitive. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with RFBs or low bid. There's the RFP, which is a proposal process. And then there's RFQ, which is a request for qualification. Interestingly enough, there is a single and sole source component to contracting. And in this portion, it's not competitive. So if you have created a system or a product and you are the sole provider of that, You don't have to compete. But the government has to know what you have, who you are, and how they can find you. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. There's also set-asides. So when you think about set-asides, those are for specific groups. So it may be for small business, it may be for women in business, it might be for minorities. Those are other opportunities that are allowed to you as well. So you say, yes, I'm interested. What are my immediate needs as far as government contracting? Your business has to be legally formed. You will want to get with an attorney or an accountant to figure out how to form what's best for you. You also need a Dun & Bradstreet number. Those are at no cost. And you go to the Dun & Bradstreet website and you register your business there. But before you go to Dun & Bradstreet, you'll want to figure out your NAICS code, which is the North American Industry Classification System code. And what that does is, by that code, businesses know, what do you do? So there's a primary code, and then sometimes you have secondary codes, depending on the goods and services that your company provides. So after you have that information, you'll want to register in SAM. There is where it's kind of the hub for contracting. So it's really, it can seem massive, but as you kind of go through the process, take it chunks at a time, familiarize yourself with the hub, if you will become a lot easier. One thing I did not put on here is that you'll need a tax number, an EIN from the IRS. So don't forget that, because you'll need that. Additional things you'll want to think about. A lot of government agencies require business insurance. So you will want to make sure that your insurance policy is current. If you don't have insurance, then you'll want to reach out and get some quotes and find out what's best for your business. You'll want a business bank account so that they can either ACH your money or send you a check. Website. A lot of people say, oh, you don't have to have a website. Oh, just put up a one-pager. But think about it. The government spends a massive amount of money with other companies so that they can operate efficiently. If you want a piece of that pie, don't you want to put your best foot forward? Don't you want them to be able to enter your URL and see exactly what you do? Website. You'll want an email address, which is tied to that domain name. So don't have www.companyname.com, but then have a @Outlook email, a Gmail, a Yahoo, a Hotmail. It's about that branding. They want everything to look a certain way, because you have to remember, you're moving into a new space. And not only are the government agencies or the corporations looking, but also those primes that if you are new to the space, you may want to begin to partner with. Capability statement. It's your business resume. What do you do? What certifications do you have? What projects have you worked on? What are your NAICS codes? They want to know. It does not have to look exactly like a professional resume. You want your logo. You want to put your capabilities. You want to lay it out. But again, that's part of branding. You want to be sure you use power words. Don't make it cluttered. So it's a process. And a lot of times people refresh their CAPE statement. That's a moving document, because if you've done 4 projects and then in 2022, or you do 4 more projects, you're going to want to move those around. And you don't have to list every project. You'll want to list those that are most relevant and eye-catching to potential primes. Why do you need to pivot? Why should you consider pivoting? We've had a lot going on in the last couple of years. COVID, I mean, we've all heard what COVID is. We've all been affected in some type of way, whether it was changing the way that your family moved throughout just your daily lives, whether you had children or relatives that were remote learning, whether you may have potentially been remote working, if you had contracts or worked or consulted with the company and they said nobody on site, everybody, and of course, mask, hand sanitizer, wipes, we've all seen it. Well, with that, there's been a pivot. You've seen people saying, oh, I sell this or I sell that. And you're like, you sell that? They pivoted. They saw the opportunity. They saw the need that companies and the government had, and they pivoted to benefit. You maximize your expertise. If you're an accountant, you have an opportunity to work with the government on systems implementations, audits, lots of things, janitorial service. You may be in this area and you may want to expand. This gives you opportunity to do that. Choice. You have an opportunity to choose what projects interest you, what government agencies you want to work with. Some companies say they only want to work within their city. Or they may say, I'm willing to work in my state, move around in my state. Some people say, oh, I want to work with the DOT, Department of Transportation. Well, that could be anywhere. Some people can say, oh, I want to work with just my county. And that's fine. But that's the power that contracting gives you. You have a flexibility of time. You may say, oh, these 3 months, I'm going to work hard. I've got my project list, but I'm going to take off a couple of months. I need to take these couple of months off for the holidays, or I have things with my family, commitments, things I want to take care of. I have a family reunion that I'm planning. You have more flexibility of time and control of your schedule. And of course, increased cash flow. Nobody is in business to just have a hobby. You want your bottom line to grow. And that's what contracting allows. It allows you to get indoors and have opportunities that you may not meet yourself just being business to business, finding clients on your own. You have the ability to grow and expand your business. Right now, you may be an entrepreneur, you may be a solopreneur or a consultant, and maybe right now you may have a 1099, someone you 1099 to do some work for you. But have you thought about what it would mean to be an employer? Employer affects change not only in your business, in your life, but in the lives of others. And of course, you need money to do that. You need money to pay them, to pay benefits. This allows you that opportunity. Facts about contracting. You have the opportunity to work as a prime, which means you sign the contract with the government, or as a subcontractor, where you work with another team, but you're responsible to that prime. The SBA works with federal agencies to award 23% of prime dollars to small businesses. And I will say this, the definition of small is not that small. So you can be a small business for a long time. It depends, those thresholds depend on your NAICS code. This process allows a company to sell their goods and services to the government. So you have an opportunity to get your business indoors that you may not have in the past. So there's lots of opportunities. And again, I want to stress again, 23% of prime dollars is the goal to small businesses. That's a lot, 23. But we've got to be in the room for them to give them to us. And if we're not in the room, they got to give them to somebody else because they've got to operate the business, right? So let's think about getting in that room if you're not there already. And if you are in the room, let's think about how you're going to grow your presence in that room. Let's talk about leveraging your minority certification. So first, what is it? What is a minority certification? It's a certification by a third-party organization that certifies that your business is in fact 51% owned by a economically and socially disadvantaged individual. Yes, you can look at me and see I'm brown. There's no doubt about it. However, and I can say, oh yeah, I own this company. But if I really don't, I really don't. It has to be by a third-party organization that the federal government utilizes. There are lots of organizations that do that. We'll talk about those in a little bit. And you might think, why do I need to get certified? You can look at me and tell I'm brown. Why do I need to do that? You can still work with me. I'm still available. You're absolutely right. However, on a lot of contracts, they have a goal that says of this money, this much has to be spent with a minority owned company, and you have to be certified. It can't just be, oh, I'm going to use your company because you're here and I know that you're owned by a Black woman or a Black man or a woman. No, you have to be certified because they have to have that documentation. Where do you get certified? A lot of places available. These are several of the larger organizations, and in your area, there may be a smaller organization that partners with these organizations. So WBENC is for women, the National Minority Supplier Development Council, then DOT. DOT is federal, but they have several areas. Each state kind of has their own DOT as well. So you would want to go to your state. So if you're in Maryland, you want to go to the Maryland DOT. If you're in California, you want to go to the California DOT. If you're in Illinois, you want to go to the Illinois DOT. So throughout this conversation, I've kind of trickled little tidbits. I've talked about changing from just being a consultant to being an employer. I've talked about how you can expand your business. You think about it, expanding your business affects your community, affects your city, it affects your neighborhood. You're able to help other businesses. If you're a prime and you get a prime contract in your neighborhood or in your city, you can't do all the work. You have a big construction project. You may not have employees that can do everything, but I may be able to reach out to said company one that's certified and have them do the plumbing. Have another one do the landscaping. Have someone else over the engineering piece to make sure that the drawings and that we have everything we need. It's cyclical. There is significance in doing this. And if you think about it, yes, your business is here, but you affect your neighborhood. Because if you live here, you may say, oh, I'm going to go shop at this store more, or I'm going to go volunteer and join this organization, or the schools in my neighborhood, they have a fundraiser, or where they're looking for advertising. So then you're helping your neighborhood. Then again, you help other businesses. I can't do it all, can't do everything. So I'm going to allow someone else on the project so that not only I can be successful, but they can too. I may get to the point where I start hiring more employees. I may have a couple of contractors, but then I want to bring them in and get 10 or 12. So again, you can affect change. Why small businesses? The government wants to buy from you because they don't want it to be all big business. All businesses have new ideas and processes. Again, economic development, job creation, and opportunities for disadvantaged and socioeconomic groups to come forward and really show what they can do. We thank you for the opportunity. If you have questions or want more information, this is our contact information. Again, please consider moving into this space. They need you.
It's going to be talking about finding your branding voice. She's going to be talking about showing up in your personal brand. I'm talking about showing up, getting big with it. Are you all ready to hear from her? You know, I love anybody that's talking about showing up, unmuting and saying it, believing it, and doing it. So let's hear what she got to say. I, for one, cannot wait to hear from Alicia. Let's go. Hit the, you know what to do. Hit those emojis. Come on, y'all. Let's do it.
Hello, my name is Alicia Brooks, and I am the CEO of Brand Equally You, where women come to me to redefine, redesign, and reset their life, find their voice, their power, and their purpose to showcase their brilliance to the world through my Brandique brand blueprints and my personal mastery programs. I'm excited today to talk to you about finding your brand voice and owning your personal brand. So, are you ready? Let me take you back to something. I want to ask you a couple of questions first. What have you been silent about? What are you passionate about and not showing up in confidence in? How would your voice transform lives for a greater impact and influence? You see, I had to ask myself these questions, these hard questions, because you see, I was born with a twin. I'm a second twin. And I'm going to take you back to the womb because that's where I was first introduced to my voice and not having one. You see, my twin sister covered me up. So my parents didn't know, they didn't hear, they didn't see me on the ultrasound. And so I was a surprise. And when no one knew that they were having twins, can you imagine how devastating that was? So I spent years playing small from the womb, not speaking up when I needed to for myself and for others. And I was not confident as I am today. I found myself shrinking back and not showing up in grand ways that I knew I could. I had someone tell me, Alicia, you're only operating at 20% of your potential. And that truly hurt me to the core. So I had to do the work on me emotionally, mentally, spiritually, so that I can build myself up and walk boldly in my purpose and my passion as a Black woman CEO. But the transformation came when I stepped truly into my divine feminine purpose, and I owned it. I got crystal clear on who I am, what value I bring to others and in themselves and in business, and also personally as well. And I built up my confidence and my self-esteem so high that I know how to rock my personal brand unapologetically. As a personal brand catalyst, I get to work with amazing individuals and businesses on defining, designing, and developing their personal brands and their business brands, because that is an extension of who they are, so that they can live up to their fullest potential. You see, Black business CEOs and Black business owners have to always walk and produce in excellence. But when you're not totally clear on your why behind your personal brand, it becomes somewhat distorted when you show up, because you don't have the clarity of who you are, what your personal brand stands for, who you want to attract, What's the messaging behind it? And how are you going to have impact, influence, and increase your revenue? So let me give you a couple of tips on how you can build and own your personal brand. Number one, understand that your personal brand's mission and vision is so important. It's imperative that you know the why behind it. You see, if you don't have one, it's going to be like, have I arrived? Am I attracting the right clients? Are they really hearing my message? Am I really transforming lives? Am I serving in the best way that I can? So you got to get crystal clear on your purpose. Then you need to know what your personal brand is, because it's your superpower, because it represents what you want people to believe, think, and say about you. You must change what you believe about yourself so that you can change what the world believes about you. Number three, you need to develop your own swag, your confidence, your self-esteem, because you can only go as far as your confidence will allow you to. If you aren't building your confidence up, you won't show up in ways that can hurt your business and your influence and your revenue. So you got to have processes that run your business, and building your personal brand is what grows your business personality. That's what's going to attract individuals and businesses to you or your movement. Your business has a personality and a culture that is directed totally by you. So you need to know that your personal brand is an extension of who you are on the inside. So whatever and however you see yourself shows up on the outside based on what's on the inside. So you get to rock it the way you want to. You get to own your personal brand, your style, your lifestyle, your network, and how you do and say you do business. That's an extension of your personal brand. You see, when you know your personal brand and what it stands for, it will assist you in finding your purpose, your voice, your power, and knowing that everything you need comes from the inside so that you can display that, your brandique brilliance, on the outside and share that with the world. You see, brands need three things to grow and lead today. Number one, emotional influence. It's a feeling about your brand that customers feel or don't feel with other brands. Number two, your brandique distinction. It's a way of doing things that customers interpret as different and meaningful from an industry standard. Number three is your authentic connection, a way of engagement that enforces why customers or clients choose to keep your brand in their lives and top of mind. You see, therefore, you want to make sure that you are transforming lives through your brand, through your services, through your products. You need to understand that your personal brand is more than just colors and a beautiful color palette or a logo. It's your vision, it's your mission, so that you can set the tone for your brand, so that you can really rock it and set the world on fire with building a movement behind it. Your brandique assets, what sets you apart, what shows up for you that's going to attract others and have your divine clients. You must get crystal clear on what you have to offer and the value that you bring so that you can have influence, impact, and increase your bottom line revenue. You see, my mission is to truly define, reignite your mindset, your spirit, and send an electric charge to your emotions. Because all of it comes from the inside out. It sets your soul on fire when you get to do this. And so you get to learn more about yourself. You get to learn and see what makes you different, your core values. It sets you apart. So your self-esteem, all of this gives you a soul orgasm so that you can be the person you want. You can have the business that you want, and you can show up and show out and be the light in the world. You see, I get to do this because that's my passion. I've done the work. And you have to do that too. You have to look at who you are, what you have to offer. Why are you offering it? What actually makes you different? There is nothing new under the sun. There are people doing the same things that you are doing. But what makes you and your brand different? What makes your personal style different? Right? So you have to think about, how are you showing up? Why are you showing up in certain ways? What is going to separate you from the others? Why should people be attracted to you? You want to ask yourself these questions. These are important questions outside of your colors, what your logo looks like. Yes, that's all important. And yes, you need all of that to create your marketing plan. But first, you got to understand that you have to have a personal brand first before you start marketing anything, which goes back to your brand voice, your brand messaging, your brand values. What are the extensions of your brands? Because you do know that there's just not one way of doing things. There's just other streams of creating your brand and creating that movement to attract others to it, right? So you got to look at your personal brand as an extension of who you are. And that's going to be totally ingrained with your business brand. Your business brand is an extension of you. And because you are the CEO, you are the Black CEO, you have to own it. You have to walk in that. But you got to really look at, what does that really mean for you? What do you really want to put out into the world that says, this is who I am. This is my brand. This is my business. This is how I'm going to transform, influence, and impact the world. If you have not done that work first, and if you haven't gotten crystal clear on that work, if you haven't truly walked in that, if you haven't asked yourself those hard questions, if you don't know in confidence, full confidence about who you are, what services you offer, what's your brand voice, and truly rock it, truly own it, I would love to talk to you, because that's where a lot of us small business, large size businesses, regardless, Black CEOs have fallen short. We have not gotten crystal clear on who we are, what we stand for, what are our core values, what's our brand voice, our messaging, our mission, our vision behind who we are, so that we can put that into our businesses, so that people can be attracted to our business personality, the culture behind that, and rock that. I'm excited to have shared this with you. I look so forward to connecting with you. And until next time, I really want you to think about these questions. Ask yourself these questions, because it really does matter. It's imperative to your personal brand and your business brand. So until next time, I want you to be and live your brand and rock your brand, the brand Nique. Until next time, have a great and awesome.
To some, I am super excited about this discussion and to hear from you ladies on it's not over. It's not over until we win, because there are real challenges that are facing today's Black entrepreneurs. And so the best way that we can inform our community about those challenges and how to overcome them is to have a discussion with other Black entrepreneurs who are invested in their business, who are invested in their personal and professional growth and development, and who are shining in their businesses. So welcome, 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 welcome. I am Dr. Kreslin. I am located in Houston, Texas. I'm excited about moderating tonight's discussion. My focus is on leadership and women's empowerment. I am the founder of Queendom Connections, the #1 Queendom coaching program in the world. And so I am excited to listen in and chime in and ask the questions tonight and have you all to share what you're doing. So why don't we do this? Why don't we go in alphabetical order? And why don't you start off with introducing yourself? So I think that means that Amber, you will be first. Let's take 1 minute and allow, 1 to 2 minutes, since it's three of you here, to introduce yourselves. Go ahead, Amber.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amber Hawkins, hailing out of Toledo, Ohio. The name of the company is Your Computer Needs of Toledo, LLC. I provide customized on-site, online, and mobile computer training consulting services. I also sell computers and accessories online. Since the pandemic, it has been pivoted to where the on-site has to meet COVID-19 rules and regulations. I provide the type of services and products to small businesses who have 500 and under, who find computers and technology challenging. I additionally do video marketing, audio conversions, form conversions, and also speak on computer topics and trends.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amber,
You're welcome.
for sharing that. I appreciate that. Okay, Drusilla, please introduce yourself. Hey there.
My name is Drusilla Mugorewera. I'm located in Knoxville, Tennessee. I am the Faith to Faith speaker. I speak about faith, hope, resilience, and leading with empathy. I am also an international income growth and integration coach. I help skilled refugees and immigrants struggling with low-paying jobs increase their income so they can comfortably live in any country in the world. After losing everything I invested in more than 40 years and relocating to US, I have been told several times that I am overqualified. And then my just first job was $6.55 an hour. And I have been sharing my story for free. After learning how I can get paid by sharing my story on the stage, I decided that I can be a professional speaker and I can also help scared refugees to cash in on their stories and on their expertise so they don't delay where I delayed. So it's my second year in business and I am super excited to be part of this panel.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing your struggles and then how you've learned from that and being willing to share it with others. Thank you so much for that. All right, Dr. Joe, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Josephine Harris. You can call me Dr. Joe. I am a military spouse for over 20 plus years. I am a psychotherapist, an international best-selling author, and a 5-time Amazon best-selling author, as well as a global speaker. I am also the founder of Common Minds LLC and a certified mental health wellness coach and advocate, where I am committed and voting on women, particularly military spouses, where I facilitate for them and providing them opportunity for hope, whether it's through empowerment, a transformational message, through personal or professional growth.
Awesome. We have a very diverse group of women in here in terms of your background and expertise. So this is going to be super excited. And so again, our topic is it's not over until we win. Okay. So this is about real talk. So I want you to be authentic, honest, and just really pour forward, all of your knowledge and your understanding about the questions, because we know as African-American and Black entrepreneurs, we all have challenges. So let's really give the audience all that they signed up for in this discussion. So first of all, let me say, Amber, let me ask you, what does winning as a Black entrepreneur look like to you?
To me, winning means everything from you're having the recognition of your expertise as far as the business that you are conducting. You also have winning as far as doing what you can to help in whatever population you are serving, your best service and your best product. You are being recognized and respected as a business owner. You are recognized and also respected as the person that gets a nice flow of compensation coming your way. you finally, as far as winning, are keeping yourself balanced. We can get so busy sometimes to where we forget ourselves, but you are doing what you can do necessary to make sure that you do what you need to do to pour into yourself, because if you can't be of best service to anyone.
Mm, mm. So I heard recognition, first and foremost, that that you've won when you can get that recognition. And I also heard service. What else? What can you share? Drusella, what does winning look like to you? A Black entrepreneur that's winning in business, what does that look like to you?
For me, winning is achieving my dreams and making a global impact, because you cannot win just by yourself. You have to make impact and you have to help a lot of people. And winning for me is living a lifestyle you deserve. Winning also is helping the least ones, educating, empowering, and others. So when you see the light, I think you have to show the light to others. And I think shining my light to others is part of winning too, because I just don't like misery. I don't like people living in poverty. If there is any tip of development, of success, I just want to share with many, especially women, because they were being underserved, underestimated, undervalued for decades. So I win with others.
I hear your passion. And what I hear you saying is that when others win, you win. We all win. And so winning is about really empowering others to win as well. Thank you for that. What about you, Dr. Joe? What does winning as a Black entrepreneur look like to you?
For me, it's creating legacies, generation wealth, having a positive impact in the community that you stay in, especially in the Black communities. Because as a psychotherapist and dealing with mental health is very taboo in the Black community. So it's helping them have that understanding that the stigma of mental health is just a stigma, because in the Black community, we all have to reach out for help. We all have to have that so that we can have that mental stability. So it's like investing in your own in professional and personal development through the community. It's helping the community realize that the mental health is a stigma in our community.
I love it. It is. And, I can really get on that topic, but, and there are so many stigmas in the Black community, right? Even as it comes to being an entrepreneur. And so we have so many to overcome in our community so that we can continue to leave that legacy that you talked about, make an impact, leaving a legacy. These are the winning keys. This is what winning looks like for our Black entrepreneurs. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies. Oh, awesome. So in your opinion, Dr. Joe, what is hindering Black entrepreneurs from realizing this vision and why? Please explain your answer.
One of the things I come across a lot of within Black entrepreneurs is competition. And when I mean competition, that people within our community, we try and compete against each other instead of collaborating. So one of the most important thing is collaboration trump competition. And one of my mentor always said that. Her name is Dr. Nikki Ziegler. She always say collaboration trump competition. So in the Black community, we always try to compete against each other, not realizing there is enough wealth out there for everyone, and we can collaborate so that each one of us can even bring it into the Black community as a whole.
Collaboration trumps competition. That's a mouthful. And I agree that competition, when we're competing with each other, That's behind an idea that there's not enough for all of us to succeed. So I love that. I can definitely see that as a barrier. What about you, Amber?
One of the hindrances, I'll do this as a quick two-parter. One of them is, might as well say, address the money, because you need the money to conduct business. You need the money to survive. You need the money to purchase or invest in what you need to conduct your business. And you also need the money as far as compensation to you as a business owner that is fair and that there will not be any arguments about, if that makes sense. And let me do the B. Let me do the B part. The B part is whom you're surrounded by. If that could be a whole nother talk, but anyway, it's going to let you know, and also you're going to be experiencing who is for you and who is against you. If your goal is to be an entrepreneur, make sure you're surrounded by entrepreneurs. If your goal is to be in this industry, you have to be surrounded by those who are experienced in whatever industry you would like to enter. If your goal is to achieve anything that you're thinking about, that's who you need to be surrounded by, that sect, that group, that committee, whatsoever. Because if you're not surrounded by entrepreneurs, you're going to be surrounded by people who are not going to understand how you talk, how you think, how you're trying to succeed, because that can really block you by whom you're surrounded by.
Great. And so what comes to my mind, one of the things I share with people is that don't cast your pearls to swine. And so, you know, we go around people and we cast our pearls and the people don't understand. And before you know it, you know, you are discouraged, or people are bringing you down, or people have an opinion and it's sending you in a tailspin of emotions that didn't have to happen because you weren't surrounded by the right people.
Definitely.
And the money, that's the real talk. The money.
Yes.
What are the challenges for Black entrepreneurs as it pertains to money? Anybody else want to chime in on that?
So, let me talk about money. So recently, I was in a training, and people say, sometimes I want to make more money. So we cannot make money because who make money is the government and the agency attached to the government, but we can have more money. Personally, I think that there is enough money for everyone. And we have to know how to get access to money. And sometimes I like Robert Kiyosaki, how he explains assets and liabilities. Sometimes we think that we have money in the bank, but it's a liability for us. It's an asset for the bank, but it's not for us. For example, I want to tell you that after learning that, I went to the bank. I don't have enough money there, but I have my IRA. Why my IRA will be there, not serving me, while I can use it and then they charge me a little bit interest. And I can just go and use it when I need it. And then that little interest will pay off. So I think really one of the problems I wanted to address is the limiting beliefs. Because I think also we have to think our relationship with money. And one of them is like the limiting belief saying that we cannot access money. But if our dreams are bigger enough, if they make us cry, we'll find money. And I want to tell you why, because I lost everything as an immigrant. I came here, I started from nothing. I just had one of clothes on me. I didn't have a house, but I have been in this country 13 years. But now I have a house. It was 110,000 worth. I paid off 65,000. So I'm paying little by little. But the reason why I am engaged in business and to be financially in the time free. I happen to define my uniquely qualified talents and gifts I have, and everybody has those ones. So by the time we will think, and then another problem I think Black community has, we have wounds we have to heal. Wounds we have to heal, and we have to network better. The predecessors talked about the surrounding. So if we network better, in our culture, I'm from Rwanda, they say that if a bird doesn't fly, they don't know where the nectar is. So I think the more you associate with winners also, you also win. You have that oil coming to you. So I think we have to have a real talk about money.
Yes.
Personally, I think really there is enough money. It's like when we are immigrants and people say, oh, you are coming to take resources. I say, no, we are not just takers, we are givers too. But there is a lot of resources. There is a lot of enough money for everyone. We just have to have the techniques and the tactics to get to it, and to learn how to use money.
Yes. Yes, you said a lot. And so the first thing that really stuck out was the struggle. Like, it's okay to struggle and get in that bad place, because sometimes that's where the real purpose and the real strength is birthed, in order to just really motivate you and empower you to go and take what's rightfully yours, right? Because wealth is ours. It's ours to have. But I also heard you talking about the wounds. Like, as a community, we are a very wounded community. We're a very wounded community. And I think the lack of networking goes back to what Dr. Joe was saying, is the competition. You know, the fear of networking, or thinking that I'm not going to go, network with this person because they're doing what I'm doing. There's no competition. There's enough for all of us to go around. And like Amber said, we got to make sure that we're in the right circles. We are in the circles with the collaborators and not the competitors, so that, we can stay motivated. So very good, very good. So let's move on. So Mr. Oliver, are you present? We can't see you. Okay, so what has been your greatest challenge as an entrepreneur, Amber? What has been your greatest challenge?
Ooh, out of the many challenges.
Yes, what has been the
As they
greatest?
say, okay, well, let me think of the one. I would say the one is having where people pay my worth. The scenario I'll put this way. We're glad that you're doing what you're doing, but why does it cost so much? It's not that we don't need what you're providing, but I can go here, go there, and get it for free. Understandable, but you can only get so much for free.
Right.
You put your bid in, your proposal, to gain a contract, gain the customer. You don't get it, that happens. You find out that someone else doing what you're doing gets paid more. Was that person. And not only that, and sometimes for any of us who are in fields which is maybe more of a male dominated field, nothing against that, but another proving of the word sometimes is I might not know that much as far as information technology, as much as computers, and as much as technology as the next person, but the knowledge that I have is the knowledge that I've gained from what I've studied, what I've had to do in order to acquire the knowledge that I have acquired. I might not know everything, but I can be the person that says, well, this is what they said, and breaking down what the jargon is and everything. So it's the worst part that can be, and it still is, quite challenging.
Yes. So because people don't want to pay, do you struggle with pricing and stating what your prices are?
At times I do, yes. I
So-
feel I've gotten better. That comes with the growth as far as an entrepreneur. It's still a challenge, but I still do what I can to overcome it.
Yeah. So what's the greatest challenge out of the two? People's response or your courage to charge what you know you're worth?
People's response.
Okay. Okay. And how have you dealt with that?
They're not the customer, so I have to keep it going on to the next one.
Gotcha. So do your customers question your prices? Oh, you're saying they're not the customer that for you at
Correct.
the time. Got it. So there's potential customers, but because they can't pay it or don't want to pay it, they're not the customer for you.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Had to get some clarity there. Okay. What has been your greatest challenge, Dr. Joe?
Wow. As a psychotherapist and an international psychologist, I would say unity. I would say unity because in the Black community, we really sometimes our people like us, look like us, really doesn't really want to buy from us. So that can be very challenging because they go up, even though we have prices that's reasonable, they'll go to a much higher individual or consumer instead of their own community, because we as Black entrepreneurs, is sometimes it can be difficult for us to even buy from other Black entrepreneurs. So that's one of the very challenges I go through as a psychotherapist is unity, lack of unity.
Lack of unity. Wow. Wow. I can attest to both the pricing and the lack of unity as well. We've got to figure out and how we can overcome those things. And hopefully we'll be able to discuss that more while we're here. Drusella, what has been your greatest challenge, the greatest challenge that you've experienced as a Black entrepreneur?
I think as a Black entrepreneur and as an immigrant, I had probably to work twice, to make people, to prove myself, if I can say. So I had to work like long hours. I also lead a nonprofit as an executive director. But sometimes you have to work long hours and forget yourself. So now what I did build a team, but also I learned that the rule of 8 hours to work for somebody, 8 hours of sleep with a psychologist, you can say, and then 8 hours of doing your business or working on the family. So now I know that I can be part-time on the work, on the job, and be part-time on my business. I am progressing very well now because I'm now dedicated, and I have to find time to work on my dreams. But I think sometimes we want to be the savior of the world. We want to work hard even if the problems are bigger, but we'll never save the world. So, and we have to think about ourselves and our families before helping others as well.
Absolutely. Very powerful. The power of 8. Is that what you said?
The rule of 8.
The what of 8?
Yes, rule.
Oh, the rule of 8.
The rule of 8. I love it.
8. Yeah.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your wisdom on that. Wow. Wow. So what have you all learned so far just in this discussion from each other?
I would say there are a lot of, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
Okay. I would say each of us have many similarities as far as what we had to do to overcome, as far as, you know, problems that we've encountered, that we did what we needed to do to overcome them, what our professions are. But also what's wonderful are the differences, and we can celebrate our uniqueness. I'm unique in my way. Dr. Joe is unique in her way. Drusella is unique in her way. And you, Dr. Crescent, are unique in your way. And so is James. We are all unique. We are all wonderful. And we all have our talents and everything to contribute to help to do what we can to make the world better.
I love it. I love it. Anybody else? Anything that you've learned? We're kind of like at the halfway point right now. So I want to do a check-in with you. Like, what are we learning from each other? What are we, you know, what are you wanting to say that I haven't asked you so far?
One of the things that I learned is that, not to exclude James, but we all are female entrepreneurs. And I know within the Black entrepreneur world, as females, that's another struggles that we struggle with, being a female, especially with Amber as a computer person. And I know you struggle with that as a female, because my husband is a computer guy and he's over a certain amount of people. And one of the things that he was talking about of his females entrepreneur is the struggles with the female getting clients in. So they mostly are geared more towards males than females in the computer world. So I'm learning from us all the different skills and revenue that we have coming in, is that we are unique, even though we in the Black entrepreneur world, we all are females. And the difference is that we know that we have these struggles and we try to overcome them, and any obstacles that get in our way, we press through them and move forward.
Right. We keep it moving at all costs. I love it.
This is what I wanted to get, how no matter the challenges every one of us face, we keep moving and we keep pushing, keep learning. I think Amber's talked about investing ourselves. That is key. So we keep learning, and I wish also, as Dr. Joe said, that we can support each other, because sometimes you have to see where people are struggling, and if you have a chance to push them up, do not miss that chance. So I enjoyed the talk.
I love it. I love it. You know, even, you know, just being an entrepreneur today, we would think that it would be a little bit easier for us by now, but it sometimes it seems like it's harder than it's ever been, especially for our, you know, people are dreaming, we're doing different things than we've done in the past, right? So this discussion is so important, and I know it's going to help so many people just by knowing that these amazing women on here are having the same challenges and struggles. Women and one man, they're having the same challenges and struggles that they're having. So I want to thank you all so much for your vulnerability and for being willing to share. So we've been talking about the struggles, but the second part of this conversation is focused on what can we actually do about it? Okay, what can we actually do about it? So you've experienced some success or you wouldn't be here. So let's really dig in and share some tools and techniques that can help other entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs to overcome some of these challenges. So what are the tools and techniques you've used to overcome some of your challenges on your entrepreneurial journey? Drusella, let's start with you.
I think my first tool is to define my why. What is my purpose? What I want to achieve? What legacy do I have to leave here? because I'm a grandma. My grandson is 2 years old. And I want to inspire him. I want him to see that even if I am almost 60, I will work. It's not over until I win. So the second thing besides defining my why, I network like crazy. And I want to teach my African American sisters really to network in person, online, their face group. Even if you have fear, we have to overcome that fear. Because if we don't network, they say your network is your net worth.
Yep.
So many of them are down there because they're isolated. We have to take them from that isolation. So, and we can bring one at a time, because I think sometimes you have also to encourage people and to listen to them, because sometimes I say, why, when I go into the room and I see, where are others? And I say, are they informed? Do they have the technology they need? So I try just to understand why the minority, we are minority on the scene of business. But I wanted people just to define the why and to believe in themselves. They are capable, they have talent they are uniquely qualified for. So after defining my why, and then I did plan my work and hire a coach. Nobody will develop without a mentor or a coach. That I did see that. And also when I was seeing the trainings here and there, like being a butterfly and spending 2,000 here, 1,000 here, 1,000, I decided to hire like a company having marketing, having all the things in one, who will teach me the funnels. And then for refugees and immigrants, we can learn also. I want just to give them a message. We do not have to play small. We can play big. So these are the two things I can share, but without a coach, without a mentor, it's hard to succeed.
I love it. You said a mouthful. Know your why. Know why you are doing what, and how many times do we get lost in the sauce and we forget why we're doing what we're doing? We have a setback, we have a failure, and we just, lose it because we're not focused on that why. Like, why am I doing that? Because if we keep that why in front of us, we wouldn't let much discourage us. I love that. You talked about networking and hiring for help, which is why the money piece, I think the greatest challenge for our Black entrepreneurs is so important, because we need to be able to put the money in your bit. I think you mentioned that earlier, Amber. It's the money that you want to make, but it's also the money that you need to put in your business. And so hiring the people that can help you, hiring a coach, that's seems like it's sometimes complicated for our Black brothers and sisters to do, is to pay for a quality coach, because there are a lot of people calling themselves coaches these days, and maybe they're being burned in that arena. I don't know, but a coach is so very important. So is a therapist. So is a psychotherapist. They do two different things. Or some people can be a therapist and a coach, and they know the difference between those things. But some people can't get to the coaching until they can heal those wounds that we talked about earlier. Drusilla, you have shared such a book of knowledge just in that.
And if I can add a small thing on that coaching.
You can.
There are also free resources.
Absolutely.
There are people who do challenges. There are masterminds which are free or just $47 or $97. So you can invest little and harvest much. So I think probably I want to keep in touch with you ladies, so the conversation doesn't stop here. So we have to see how we can multiply thousands of us using the resources you and I already know, to help others to know that.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Drusella. Amber, what are some of your tools and techniques that you've used to overcome the challenges on your entrepreneur journey?
There actually have been many, but I'm going to say this. Earlier, we had talked about, the challenges each of us are facing or have faced. There are, as Drusella says, so many resources out nowadays. There are some in which I wish were around in I would say the first 3 to 5 years of my business. So I would say greatly take advantage of those, because I'll go back to when the pandemic first started. Here come all of these resources provided for free online about this aspect of business, about this aspect of small business, as far as doing task A, B, and C, and on from there, that were just coming from the woodworks. And you had the opportunities, and you still have the opportunities with a lot of them, as far as gleaning from that knowledge and that information. One of the other things is that I'll touch money in this way. All of these small business grants, usually grants are in the nonprofit sector. But since mid 2020 and on from there, I mean, there had been for small businesses before, but the floodgates opened as far as small business grants are concerned. So anybody out there listening to us, please take advantage of those. Please do not give up on your business. Please find out and get assistance if that is not your forte on applying for them, because they're out there. They are available for different industries, different populations, and on from there. I would say the third thing is, and I'll touch on computers and technology, there is help as far as if you are challenged in that way. Because whatever you do, however you do it, computers and technology is going to be involved one way or another. And computers and technology, I say this a lot, it is not going to go backwards. Maybe to go back down memory lane and that's it. But it's going to go forward and keep going forward. And you need to make sure you are computer and technology sound.
Great. So I'm glad you touched on the resources that we had during the pandemic, because I have to admit, I was one of those who was skeptical when they first started giving away money. The government, I was like, oh no, they want something from me. I just did not trust it. I did not. But I got on board. I got on board. Black people just haven't had a lot of success with the government. And so I was very leery, but I did get on board and I was able to take advantage of that. So I want to share for those entrepreneurs who may have gotten a grant or gotten a loan through the Small Business Administration, that if you did not maximize the amount of money that you could get, they are still loaning money at a very small interest rate. And so use other people's money. If you believe in your business and you have something that can be lasting, then use other people's money to really build that for yourself. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that was a powerful tool, and it still is a tool. I don't think if you didn't take advantage of it at first, I don't think you can just start now and get that COVID loan. But if you were a part of the process and you only got a few dollars or what have you, a few $1,000s, if your business is eligible for more than that, you can still go back and get more. So thank you for bringing that up. And also,
you're very welcome.
Yeah, you're telling us to embrace technology. It is not going anywhere. Whenever you go into a store and buy a computer and get it home, soon as you take it out of the box, it's obsolete, it's outdated, because technology is moving that fast. So yeah, I agree. That's one of those things that I'm leery about sometimes too, but It's not going anywhere. So we have to figure out how to use it for good and not get turned off by it, but just because some people are not using it that way. So thank you so much, Amber. That was very valuable.
You're very welcome.
What about you, Dr. Joe? Give us some tools and techniques to help us overcome some of the challenges, which you've used to overcome some of the challenges on your journey, and I know it's going to help us as well.
One of the things what the lady said is building that network, getting a mentor, getting a coach, getting a therapist, because as a psychotherapist, I have a therapist and I have a coach. So it's getting that, taking care of your mentally, your physically, your spiritually well-being is even also looking into the eyes of look through the world through other people. It's like getting that trend setting requires unconventional thinking. Whether you understand, you got to play the market. You have to really have the opportunities to know your market. Who are you marketing to? What are your consumers? What are your target audience?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. The marketing piece, that's what I love about Black CEO, that I was not marketing savvy and they are. I mean, they are amazing with marketing, and it is so important. That's how people, stars, NBA players, everybody, it's not just based on skills that they get picked up, it's on marketability. And it's on there. People are looking at your Facebook pages. They are looking at your Twitter. They are looking at your Instagram. They are Googling your name. So it is so important that we make sure that what we put out there aligns with the image that we want people to see about us. So that marketing is also important in building your network. We keep hearing that word come to the surface. Network, network, network. Drusilla said it best. Your network is your net worth. And so you do business with people. You exchange money with people. So the network becomes your net worth. So very, very, very valuable information. Were there any other tools and techniques that you all thought of as you heard other people sharing that you want to share?
One of the things I say is get it teamwork. Make sure you're a good team player, because when, as that old saying say, teamwork make the dream work. Absolutely. So you have to have trusted teamwork. And with me, I have a biblical affirmation for my business. Mm-hmm. So with me, I put God in everything I do. So without God, I can never flourish this, because God bringing the vision to me. So and he implementing the vision through me, and I'm prospering the vision. So it's me putting God in everything I do.
Mm-hmm. I love that. I'm with you on that. I am totally with you on that. Give him everything, turn everything up. And that's one of the things that I learned to say this year. Help me.
Yeah, and another thing I learned is write down your goals. Sometimes you trust our memory, and you forget. But if, for example, recently when I was on a training with my coach, he said, how much do you want to make this year? So how much it will be a month? How much it will be a week? How much it will be a day? Yes. So, and then I can say, hey, how am I progressing? Because if you don't have those goals, how do you measure? So sometimes you have just a global goal, but you have to be specific and having those small goals. And another techniques and tip is celebrate small wins. Lisa Nichols, I like her. She's an African American motivational speaker. She said, celebrate the wins. Sometimes we don't see those ones and they keep us moving. You know, no matter how small they are, it's an achievement. Just jump and celebrate. Give yourself something that you accomplished something.
Yes. I think that goes back to some of the wounds we have too, is that we just strive, especially as African American women, strive. And we don't give ourselves that compassion. We don't give ourselves that pat on the back. We don't give ourselves that attaboy that we give to everybody else. So celebrating small wins, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And of course, write the vision and make it plain. We got to write those goals down, and even the money goals. Write those goals down and begin with the end in mind. And then, like you said, backtrack. What's your year goal? What's your 6-month goal? What does that look like every month? What does that look like every week? What does that look like every day? Very, very, very powerful. Very powerful. And then, like I said, help me. Because as African-American women, we don't ask for help. And so that's this year, that's been one of the things that I have just committed to my memory, that if I'm just sitting here working by myself, ask for help. God help me. I can't make it to the grocery store. Call my husband. Today I called him. He said, "What do you want from the store?" I said, "I don't want you to go to the store. I want you to come home and make sure the grandkids are not slamming the doors, because I have a 90-minute conversation tonight and there could be no background noise. And so I need you to help me."
If I can interject this quickly, Dr. Kreslin.
Absolutely.
The part as far as the help, prayer, of course, because your faith will be tested.
Absolutely.
Let me assure you, and I'm sure the other ladies agree with me, that your faith will be tested at times. And connecting with, I would say, someone who is more experienced in that I do what I can, and I still do, to connect with seasoned entrepreneurs, those who have had more years than I have, those who have more experience in what I'm not experienced in, those that can lend a listening ear, because I may need to vent.
Yes.
Is because it could be where you run into so many frustrations that you need that listening ear. You need a confidant. You need to have, this is what I have. This is the contract I'm going after, but I just don't understand whatever it is you don't understand. Your thoughts and ideas about this, that, and the other, and on from there, because we don't know everything.
Absolutely.
We cannot do everything. We can do all we can. And multitasking, I'm sure that's a term that hasn't been heard in a long time. There are times when we can flow extremely well, multitask and do 20 things or 30 things at the same time and get it done. But many times, if we're realistic and when we're honest, we're humans.
Absolutely.
We're not part of the sea world where octopus live.
Right.
So, you know, got to think about that.
Absolutely. Very, very valuable. Prayer and mentorship. Ask somebody to show you the way. And that takes humility, right? And prayer too. Prayer is like, I need help. That's the humility. And so humility is definitely needed on this entrepreneurial journey. You all have been so gracious and graceful in sharing some very valuable tools. So we're on our last question, and looks like we have James present. Can you hear us, James? And
I can hear you fine.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, why don't you give us a short introduction of who you are and what you do?
I am, well, first of all, the name is James Oliver. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, or the greater Cleveland, Ohio area. I am an accountant, specifically an enrolled agent. And I also share the title of money coach and proactive tax strategist.
Wow. Awesome. Awesome. So we haven't been able to see you or hear you, but I think you've been able to hear us, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we have about 8 minutes before we wrap it up, and I have one last question. But before we get to the last question, was there anything that was burning inside of you while you were listening to this conversation of these amazing 3 women that you wanted to share on this topic? It's not over until we win, the real challenges and struggles of a Black entrepreneur.
The one thing I was thinking about was value And so what I mean by value is that when you give yourself enough value, or when your clients perceive you as having enough value, then money is no longer an object. You know, for an example, we all know that a Mercedes and a Ford Escort will get you to the same place at the same time, assuming you're driving correctly. However, people who want to buy a Mercedes-Benz or a Lexus, they know that because there's so much value, money's not as important to them as, let's say, someone looking for an Escort or a Kia. You know, and so the more value you can project within yourself, or that your clients see you, then money becomes no longer an issue. So with me, in terms of accounting, my specialty is taxes, and so I had to try to differentiate myself from H&R Block, Jackson Hewitt, those places. And so becoming an enrolled agent was one of the things that I did to differentiate. And then also in terms of tax planning, that was another big thing that I was able to get people to understand, that just doing your taxes is one thing, but if you're trying to save taxes in the long run, and also in terms of building and becoming financially independent, those are things that I could help people with that H&R Block can't.
Gotcha.
So.
Gotcha. So you said a mouthful in that first statement, that when we see ourselves as valuable and others can see us as valuable, then money is no longer an issue. And so how is that created for the Black entrepreneur? How, you know, what are the elements of value that a person needs in themselves in order to get other people to see them as valuable?
Well, you've got to probably be the orange amongst the apples. You got to be the different person. You know, you got to be, like I said, you got to be the Mercedes-Benz or the Lexus among the cars. Mm-hmm. And so, and what you have to show is that you do more than just, you know, instead of, one of the things, for an example, someone says, what do you do? I say, I help business people save money on their taxes, versus just saying I'm an accountant, because everybody, accountant is an accountant, CPA, whatever. But if you say something like, my business, I'm in a relationship business, and my goal is to help business owners to save money on their taxes, that then catches sometimes people's eyes and ears and say, okay, well, how do you do that? That leads to a conversation, and then sometimes I can get, it's a way to get business. And so you have to think of things that you do that you uniquely are you're in terms of your strengths and weaknesses, and how you service people. And so people see that uniqueness, that's something different than what everybody else is doing, then they will tend to gravitate towards you that way.
Great advice. Great advice. Dr. Joe, I see you lighten up.
Yeah, let me piggyback off what he said with the value, because I'm a psychotherapist, and there's many psychotherapists out there. There's many international psychologists out there, but I am a military spouse with a PhD in a psychotherapist. So when I put value in a mental health coach, where I help the military spouses through challenges with their mental health. So you see the difference. What he's saying is the value that I put on myself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I love it. So you put your money where your mouth is. You said that you were something, and then you went and got the credentials to back it up, which adds value, the letters behind the name. So I totally get it. So listen, y'all, we have 4 minutes before we not finish the conversation, but we wrap up this part of the conversation. Okay, so I want you all to take no more than 30 seconds each to, if you had just one game-changing recommendation to share with other Black entrepreneurs or those aspiring to be one, what would it be? One game changer. One game-changing recommendation, what would it be? Amber.
Don't hold back what makes your business unique. Everybody does this, everybody does that. But make sure you even rehearse whatever makes your business unique, because If you rehearse it, you're going to have the confidence to say it without stumbling and letting it flow like water. That's my analogy of it. So for instance, yes, there's computer training, there's consulting, but what makes me unique is that it's customized, because not everybody learns the same. And I'm still one of the few computer trainers, if the house is big enough, who still specializes in coming to your home and training you on your own equipment, training you on your own computers. Again, got to meet COVID-19 rules and regulations.
I love it. So don't be afraid to identify what makes you different from the competition and putting it out there and rehearse it, know it, so you can share it with confidence. Wonderful. Dr. Joe, one game-changing recommendation.
One of the things I would say, your professional and personal development, the power of connection and entrepreneurship. Invest in yourself.
Okay, I love it. We've been saying network, 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 and then also invest in yourself. Thank you. Drusella, one game-changing recommendation to share with other Black entrepreneurs.
You are worthy and deserving. Know your gifts and monetize them.
Love it. Know that you are worthy and deserving, and monetize your gifts. Awesome. All right, James, what's your one game-changing recommendation?
I'm going to maybe piggyback off of Amber a little bit and say, have a 30-second elevator speech that you can, that has some power to it, some zing to it. So when people ask you what you do, in 30 seconds, you can tell them and have them, and obviously practice it so that you can feel confident when you say it, and people will see that confidence in you.
Awesome. I love it. You all are great. It is 6:15, and my one recommendation is that they will connect, that Black entrepreneurs out there and aspiring entrepreneurs connect with great people like these that's on this panel, and also to connect with Black CEO and other organizations that can help monetize your gifts, as Drusella said, and really help you market your business. Okay, this has been wonderful. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for the moderation.
I'm just stopping recording.
Also known as Coach Jay, and I am hailing from Forney, Texas. But I am a 504 girl, born and raised in New Orleans. So I thank all of you once again for tuning in and sharing with us. And I'm going to actually do an extensive workshop, just some things that I think will be helpful for you around the topic, the upside downs of being a successful CEO. The reason why this particular topic is so dear to my heart is because, you know, in my own life, I can attest that it hasn't always been a bed of roses. It hasn't always been easy. Success didn't come easily to myself or my husband. We both have several businesses, and it's been a rocky road. It's been challenging, but God has been faithful. And I believe it's because I stayed the course. And when I say stay the course, I mean that I'm consistent. And so consistency is the key for you to be able to experience the full manifestation of what you dreamed of, what you've been believing God for concerning your business, to be the CEO of your own life, to be the boss. And so there's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. And you have to be willing to what? Stay the course. And so that's what we're going to talk about on today. And I'm going to delve a little bit more in this subject matter, because I want you to have the right tools on the journey. I want you to have the right mindset as you are pursuing your business, building your empire, leaving a legacy for your family. So I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to go through some things, and I'll pause and I'll share my own story, and then we'll work through a few of the questions. And so I hope this blesses you. I want you to be steadfast immovable, always abounding in this great call, this great work that God has called you to in the marketplace. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen even now. All right, so let's talk about this whole notion of the upside downs of being a successful CEO. All right. So the question becomes, do you have a dream? Come on, let that sink in. I hope you do. I hope you have a vision for your family, a vision for your finances, a vision for your business. Do you have a dream? What are those dreams? And I want you to take time and list them. You see, the word tells us in Habakkuk, I'm not here to preach to you, but it may come out of me, this is normal. But in the book of Habakkuk, it says, write the vision, make it plain, so those who read it can run with it. Come on. So you have to write the vision. You have to write down your dream. What is it that you want out of life? And so if you need to pause, I need you to take a moment and list that. It's nothing like seeing it written. It's nothing like affirming it with your mouth. Okay. So do you have a dream? And I bet you do, because you would not have attended this conference if you did not have a dream of being successful, a dream of being your own boss, right? A dream of leaving a legacy and building a legacy for your family, okay? So let's visualize. Visualization is so powerful, man. When you can see it, you can have it. Yeah, if you can see it, you can have it. And so I want you to take out some paper and imagine your life as a boss, as a CEO. And remember it, I'm not sure if you remember in the keynote address, I shared with you, what does being a CEO look like? And for me, I summed it up in 4 words. I said freedom. Oh God, that word, freedom. I said flexibility, right? Being able to what? Do what you want, how you want to do it, when you want to do it. Financial security. Man, having enough money, not just to be a blessing to you and your family, but to bless others that are in need. That's what I live for. I don't want to just be blessed. I want to be abundantly blessed so that I could be blessed to be a blessing. And so then we said what we said: freedom, flexibility, financial security. And then the other one was fulfillment. Man, I am living this half of my life very fulfilled. Yes. I worked in corporate for 8 years. I worked in nonprofit for 24 years in ministry. And God knows I love doing things that fulfill me. So I visualized my life. I mean, literally where I am now, I visualized this almost 22 something years ago or more. And I'm here. And my daughter's like, did you ever think you would get to this point where you're able to build your own business full time? Because it wasn't always like that. It was a process. And so I told her, I said, I visualized this. I saw this. I wrote it. I did the vision board parties. I wrote in my journal. So I want you to take some time out and I want you to do it. What does that look like? Being your own boss, being the CEO of your own life. What does it look like? Ooh, write that. And not only write it, but I want you to get a picture, a mental picture, and then hold fast to that mental picture, okay? All right, and as I stated, the freedom, the flexibility, the financial security, all of us want that. That's so important as you're on this journey. That's what I'm living for daily. I don't want no chains holding me. I don't want no restrictions. I want to be able to go to my grandbabies' parties, games, fly, if I need to go out of state, out of the country, financial security, have all of that, man, not worrying about finances, money working for me. That's what I'm talking about. Fulfillment, okay? Fulfillment. Yeah, operating in your sweet spot. Operating in your sweet spot, doing what you love and what you've been called and assigned to do. That's what it looks like to me. But you first have to visualize it, and then you're able to walk into it, okay? So take a moment, and I want you to take these words: freedom, flexibility, financial security, fulfillment, and then any other word. And I want you to write down, what does freedom look like for you? You know, freedom for you might just simply be, you know what? Oh, Lord, not wanting to clock in, right? Or have to punch nobody's clock, right? Yeah, flexibility. Come on, what does that look like for you? Being able to care for your loved one. And no matter how many days you have to spend in a hospital with them, don't have to worry about fear of getting fired because you have been out of work a matter of weeks, right? Oh, that's freedom. That's freedom and flexibility. Financial security, going to Greece. That's for me. Going to Greece, whatever it is, what that looks like, your retirement, having $10,000 in your emergency fund. No, $50,000 in my emergency fund, able to invest over $200K in some rental property. Come on, you got to see this and you have to write it. And I'm just trying to trigger some things, fulfillment. Being able to wake up when you want to. People like, what time? Some of my friends be like, on Clubhouse, asking me to get on Clubhouse at 6 in the morning. Nah, on Mondays, I'm not waking up at 6. And Mondays, I'm waking up at 10:30, 11 o'clock, because I do what I want to do. I wake up when I want to wake up, okay? But I'm living a fulfilled life. I love what I do. If I didn't get paid, I'll still do what I'm doing. Helping, adding value to people's lives, serving people. And then what else is there that you desire to do? So I want you to take some time and I want you to fill that out, okay? Remember, success. What does success look like to you? Now, we know what the world deems success, right? And you could just blurt out some words. You could just blurt out some words. When the world talks about success, they talk about money, 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 money. And you need money. Yeah, you do. You do. You need money to survive. All the likes. We have all of these influencers that have like, what, millions of followers, likes, and because of these likes, they're getting paid. Because of their subscriptions on YouTube, they're getting paid. That's success in the world's eyes. People who are gracing stages and you know, have the cars and the houses and all of that is great. That's the world's way of defining success. So I want you to know that's the world's way of defining success. But what is success for you? What is success for you? That's a good question. And I want you to pause and I want you to think about that. What does success look like for you? For some people, they may not want to necessarily quit their full-time job. They might want a side hustle, a side job to bring in some additional income. If they just had, what, $3,000 extra income, man, that would be success for them. Seeing your children graduate from college or high school, that may be success for you. Yeah, and being able to afford to pay their tuition, not necessarily having to take out loans, that may be success for you. Retiring your parents, that may be success for you. Retiring your husband, so he won't have to work as hard. He could get off the road and now he could do his own thing and start the business. That may be success. So what does it look like for you? Don't allow the world to dictate to you what success looks like, okay? So be mindful of that. There's too much pressure that the world puts on us, and we allow the world to put on us and people to put on us on what success looks like. God wants us to be successful. He wants you to accomplish great things. But like I stated before, success is you finding and following the will of God for your life. Okay, that's the right way to view success. And you see I have the acronym RIGHT, and I don't think I put it in here, but I like to say the right way because there's a real intentional growth. This is what success is all about. Real intentional growth happens in time. Real intentional growth happens in time. It doesn't happen overnight. That's success. Success is not an overnight wonder, right? You have some people, they win the lottery, yeah, and they become successful, or just they become rich, put it like that. I ain't gonna say wealthy, because when you talk about wealth, it's a legacy. Some people, they become rich and it's what? 1 year only, okay? But you want the right way to view success. Okay, so success is you finding and following the will of God for your life. Say that with me. It's what God says concerning your life. That's why you don't have to compete. That's why you don't have to compare. That's why you don't have to complain. That's why you don't have to, pull people down, but you can walk in this calling. You can walk in this assignment freely because what? It's the will of God for your life. So no matter what other people say, this is the will of God for my life, for my family, for my marriage, right? Success in your marriage. Some of us, for success for them may be to have a thriving marriage, a healthy marriage, a peaceful home, okay? So that's success, all right? So the right way to view success is so very important. So even as you're on this journey, there's some things that I need you to commit to. 4 things you must do, okay? I need you to choose to trust God. And I'm not trying to push any religion upon you. You may not believe in God. You might believe in the universe. I don't know what you believe in, but I'm a woman of faith. So I'm going to say this, you have to choose. All right. The reason why I say you have to choose, especially on this road, because there's so many things that are going to manifest and you're going to need some help. You're going to need some support, and you're going to have to be able to realize that you must partner with God on your next journey. You're on this journey and on your next level. Okay. You need to choose to trust God. Then I need you to commit to the process. No, upfront, you got to commit to the process. Why am I saying that? Because if you don't make an intentional decision to commit to the process, you won't last. You will not finish. You will start, but you will not finish. You got to be committed that even when life hits you with arrows and darts and you're under fire, there's so much hell going on in your life, you're committed to the process. So not only am I choosing to trust God, I'm going to commit to the process, and then I'm going to collaborate with God. Do you know that you're in partnership with God? Yes, you are. You are in partnership with God. He needs you here on earth to fulfill your assignment. So you got to get your directives from him so that you guys can partner together, right? Nothing like being in partnership with God. I know we're looking for all of these external partners, but I dare you to partner with God and then watch how your business will begin to have some traction and some momentum. And then consistently keep showing up. When people look at my life and they're like, how could you have stayed in ministry for 24 years? God has blessed me in leadership. I've been training thousands of leaders and doing workshops and seminars. And I was consistently doing that. I was consistently showing up on the job in the right position, regardless of how life was hitting me and the things that I was going through. I was consistently smiling, consistently loving, consistently serving, being present. It goes a long way. And so whatever you sow, you're going to reap. And so I need you to be consistent. Don't be in one moment and out one moment, showing up on social media, giving good nuggets and tips and strategies. And then next thing you know, they don't see you no more. No, be consistent. Show people that I'm going to be there. Whether you show up or not, I'm going to be there. If one person show up, I'm going to be there, right? So consistently showing up. Those are the 4 things. And when you begin to commit to these 4 things, you say, I'm choosing to trust God. I'm committed to the process. I'm going to collaborate with God, and I'm going to consistently show up. Guess what? You will be and see it. You will be the CEO, and the people will see you showing up as a CEO if you do these 4 things, okay? So as we begin to talk about those 5 areas that you need to safeguard, I'm telling you, I feel this so strongly in my spirit that if you safeguard these areas and pay close attention, there's power in being self-aware. And so self-awareness to me is the superpower. When you're able to look at yourself and analyze yourself and assess yourself and begin to see what things you need to change or do differently in order to get different results. And so this whole notion of safeguarding, that means that you're being intentional about positioning what? Holy Spirit or real guards to guard your life. You gotta do this. You have to do this. So those are the 5 areas right here. These are the 5 areas. Your personal life, okay? And you remember, I talked about that when I was sharing with you about You know, that your personal life on this journey, it will suffer. Yeah, it will suffer. But if you have the right things and systems in place, it won't have such a major impact on your relationships. All right. So your personal life is something that you have to safeguard. Your rest, okay, meaning your mental and emotional state, you got to make sure you're safeguarding that. And then your heart and your mind. Remember, I said I put those together, they go in hand and glove, like they go together like red beans and rice. But yeah, your heart and your mind, that's so important. Your experiences. Yeah, what you go through, don't neglect those things. Go back into your faith file. Keep a record of those things that have manifested in your life, the successes, because you're going to have to remind yourself, if God did it before, he'll do it again. Then your reputation, you know, be a person of integrity, have the right work ethics, be a person of excellence, that when they see you and you show up, you showing up and you're giving it your all, right? And so I want to look and delve a little bit deeper into these particular areas, because I need you to work through some things. Because sometimes we hop into entrepreneurship and we haven't even count the cost. Have you count the cost before you leap? Have you count the cost before you launched? Okay, so I need you to count the cost, and I need you to definitely look at these areas and assess them and see where you are. Okay, so questions, asking the right question gives clues to the puzzles, it gives answers to your next level. So you have to ask the questions, ask these areas some questions. Okay, I need you to ask these areas some questions. So what are they? For your personal life, remember, I'm talking about your relationships, your relationship with your spouse, your relationship with your children, your relationship with your friends. Come on, I don't want them to suffer, because they will as you're building your business, all right? So you need to ask yourself the question, what 5 people are in your relationship circle? What 5 people are in your relationship circle? So if can you name them? List them. You need to know. And if you don't have 5 people, fine, list the people. It could be your husband, your wife, your children, your nieces, your cousins, your friends, your church buddies. I don't know, your covenant sister, your covenant dude. I don't know. Okay, list those 5 people. How much time are you devoting to them? Because as you're building a business, you're going to become busy, but you still have to make time for them, right? Are they supportive in the things you're doing? Because you don't need people around you that's not supportive. You don't need them that close to you. You know, it's okay to have them on the outskirts, but if you're gonna be in my holy of holies, my inner circle, I need you to support what I'm doing, like the post or something, share the post or something, tell someone about my product or my services or something. Come on, that's key. You gotta ask yourself, and then, you know, have a conversation with them and say, wait, I don't see you supporting anything that I do, but I'm always supporting you, right? Okay, and then how is your communication with them? Remember, I shared with you 3 things. I say you have to clarify the vision in your relationships. You have to communicate your commitments in these relationships. You have to consistently check in with the people. Don't be trying to maneuver and move around in silence. Like I said, it's a burden. It's really a weight when you don't have the support of your spouse, especially if you're in business. And I want to speak to those of you that are really having a hard time getting a husband or a wife on board. I need you to keep praying. God will turn the hearts of all men, you know, and he will help you get through it. But I understand it can be challenging. That's why I say I thank God for my husband. He's a gift to me. He cheers me on. He supports me. There are times when I have to prepare. I remember, you know, as I begin to prepare for messages to preach or speak, that would take a whole day and I'll be in isolation. And, you know, he respects that. My time of consecration. I say isolation, consecration. And so, but I value that. And so if you have a spouse that supports you, you need to love on them. Your children support your business, knowing that you have had to sacrifice so much, right? But they still love you. That's priceless, right? So what ways can you improve your relationships now that you are in business? Okay. Let's talk about your rest. So make sure you go through those questions, because questions leave clues, right? It can give you answers. They're going to help you keep momentum. Let's talk about your rest. Remember, when I talk about rest, I'm not talking about sleep. Sleep is one of the aspects of rest, but we're talking about the mental and the emotional rest that you need. Here's some questions you need to ask yourself. How many hours of sleep am I getting? How many hours of sleep am I getting? What are some things you do for rest? Ask yourself the question. What are some things you do for rest? What are some things that break your rest or your peace? You have to look at those things, because that's going to determine how creative you're able to be. And your creativity is birthed out of rest, the recreation, you being able to rest your mind, not always be anxious or stressful or moving and all this commotion, right? So that's so important, okay? So make sure you ask yourself those questions. What are some things that break my rest? That really have me not at peace, okay? So that's what we're talking about with your rest. Now let's look at your heart and your mind, which is so crucial. The word tells us that above all else, guard your heart, because out of it flows the issues of life. So you have to make sure your heart don't have no toxic emotions, bitterness, unforgiveness, all of that in your heart. You got to cleanse your heart and cleanse your mind, because your mind is a battlefield, all right? So ask yourself some questions. Is your heart healthy? I'm not talking about your physical heart. I'm talking about, like I said, right in here. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your physical heart. I'm talking about your spiritual state, right? Is your heart healthy? Are there toxic emotions eroding your heart space? What are they? List them out. How are you handling them? And then what are you doing daily to keep a positive mindset, to stay in a positive mindset? And then what are some ways you can guard your heart and your mind? All right. All right, now we're talking about your life experiences, because sometimes we like to ignore our life experiences as if things didn't happen. Lord, if I could erase. No, all of that. You need the dark strings and the light strings. You need the dark strings and the light strings. All of that is woven into the fabric of your life. And God, all of that tells a story of who you are and how you're able to handle what you handle. Don't you know people are wondering that about you? How are you able to withstand what you're going through or what you've been through? How is it? Because of my ups and my downs, because of my bad days and my good days, because of the pain, and the joy in my life? Yeah, I had to have that. So here's some things to ask. Name at least 3 defining moments in your life that you pulled through. These are successes because you made it to the other side. See, sometimes we neglect to look at these defining moments, and it doesn't have to be grand or big moments. Find the little wins, those things that if it had not been for God, He helped you to get to the other side. Now you see why you had to go through it. So take that time. Another question, how did you get to the other side of your valley? That's your story. That's your steps. That's the service that you can offer to someone else, the how-to get to the other side. That's why we see a lot of coaching happening, because people are just simply sharing their story and how they made it through divorce, how they made it as a single parent, how they made it through the layoff or the firing, right? How did they get to be the leaders that there was a journey, there was a process, but it's so beautiful and wonderful when you can document those things. Another question you need to ask yourself is, how often do you take time to reflect on your past victories? Okay. Don't allow life to become so busy that you can't take time to reflect on your wins and on your victories. Okay, let's move on. Your reputation. Now, mind you, you cannot stop every rumor. You cannot block every label or remove every label. People are going to talk. People are never going to, you won't have anyone's 100% approval, right? So don't even worry about that. Just mind your own business. And that's what I say. Everyone will not like you. Everyone will not support you. You just have to keep it moving. Okay. Keep it moving. And this is what I want to echo. I want to echo. You cannot control what people say about you, but what other people think of you is none of your business. Keep it moving and mind your business. Okay, that's what I wanted to tell you. All right. So do understand that there'll be fiery darts that are going to come. Right. But just make sure that you're not giving people ammunition to kill you. And what I mean by that is be a person of your word, a person of integrity. Don't just be living any kind of way. And now you're giving them the ammunition to kill you, to slaughter your reputation. You're not perfect. You're progressive. Right? I'm not perfect, but I'm progressing in every area of my life. But make sure that you're being kind. Make sure that you're being generous. Make sure that you're being true to your word and you're showing up authentically you. Okay. So your reputation, here are a few questions you need to ask. Just two, are you easily offended by what people say or do to you? Because if you are, you're not going to last on this journey. I remember when I first started out in ministry, you know, you sometimes think that when you work for the church or you work in ministry, that everyone's going to be nice, everyone's going to be kind. No, they have some devils, some demons sitting up there in the church, working in the church, and they're hateful. And my heart was so heavy because of just some of the attitudes, the mindsets, and the ways and behaviors of some of the people that was working. And I was like, I don't like this. But I remember my spiritual father, he shared with me, he said, Yoronda, you got to have tough skins. So I had to grow up and I had to realize it's not personal. To them, it might be personal. But this is business and it's spiritual. And it's the enemy's way of trying to keep you from moving forward. So you need to ask yourself the question, if you are easily offended, you need to deal with that offense. Now, offense is going to happen. So you just got to prepare yourself. I like to say, it's these attacks. It's like water on an oily duck. Y'all know if you put water on oil, an oily skin, it's just going to roll right off. And I'm so anointed, so oily, Lord, I stay under your covering and under your anointing. It's just rolling off of me. As an entrepreneur, that's how it has to be, because you got to keep it moving. And so even when people put negative and insulting comments on your posts, just delete it. Don't be going back and forth or telling a piece of my mind. Just delete it. Just ignore it. Just understand it all comes with the success. It all comes with your increase and your upgrade. The other thing is, how do you handle the offense? Do you always want to go tit for tat? Or do you take it to God in prayer? Or do you act mature enough to sit down and reason with one another and really talk to the person you have the issues with? How do you handle it? Come on, let's talk about it, because we're talking about you moving to your next level. Okay. So as you're maneuvering through this entrepreneurial journey, I know it gets hard. It does. It gets hard. But God, okay, God is with you. So you're not alone. Okay. And Coach Jay got you covered. As I said, there's ups and downs of being a CEO, but you're going to make it to the other side. So my desire for you is for you not only to survive as a CEO, but to thrive as a CEO. And as I say, keep showing up. Don't stop showing up. People are waiting on you to show up authentically yourself. And then keep your word. If you say you're going to go to the meeting or you're going to sign up for the course or the class, be present. If they can't count on no one else, they can count on you for showing up. And then I want you to finish strong. Got it? I want you to finish strong. I love this quote that Les Brown says, because on this journey, there's so many things that come and block and stop us, and we allow these fears to hinder us from moving forward. And this is what he said: too many of us are not living our dreams because we're living our fears. No, I'm not going to live my fear. I'm going to be a successful CEO at any cost, man. I'm going to do the work, whatever it is that I need to do. I'm going to do it so that I can see and leave a legacy for my children, my children's children. And so I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to let my fears block me or stop me. And that's what you have to say to yourself as well. Okay. So remember, go out and add value to every room because it's in you. Add value to every table because it's in you. and add value to every life because it is in you. Okay. Well, of course, thank you all for sharing with us for the upside downs of being a successful CEO. I do want to remain in contact with you, so you can follow me on all the social media platforms at Geronda Marks. Let me go ahead and end the show and stop the sharing. You can all reach me at Geronda M on Instagram and on Twitter, and I'm also on Facebook. All you have to do is just put my name in, just Google it, Geronda Marks. But also, if you want to send me an email directly, you can. I would love to hear from you and just share with me how this particular workshop has helped you, what sort of transition that you're in, and that this has helped you to really make some good decisions and to really evaluate your life. I want to hear your story. So make sure you send me an email. You can send it to Geronda, Geronda, Geronda@youareunique.org. Geronda@youareunique.org. So remember to follow me on all social media platforms. I'm on Instagram, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Twitter, as well as TikTok, all of those different social media platforms. And I look forward to meeting you and to also connecting with you. So have a wonderful day and keep showing up.
It's Saturday night and you're about to start another week. Sunday is tomorrow, and typically on Sunday, you may be thinking, I need to work on my social media post, like many entrepreneurs. And then Sunday afternoon comes, Sunday night comes, and you look up, it's Monday morning, and all of those posts that you had up here in your head never made it on paper, never made it on Canva, never made it on a scheduler, never made it to social media. You may be, like many entrepreneurs, guilty of social media neglect. Let's talk about that and see where we go. So you see, the number one problem facing today's entrepreneurs when it comes to growing their business online is social media neglect. All of those great ideas, all of those great marketing ideas that never make it to the platform, never make it in front of their target audience, never make it in front of their leads, their prospects, and their potential clients, and even the clients they have that they should continue to work on retaining, never see that content. And it becomes like a slow death. And the thing is, there's a reason. There's a mindset thing that says social media takes too much of my time. It's using up my time. I have to be working on my business. I don't have time for social media. Let me challenge you on that point. So let's move aside the whole online space. And let's talk about if you decided to open up a brick and mortar. You had a shop. I'll say it's a bakery. I love sweet stuff, so I'll use a bakery. You open up a bakery. Well, you have to have a location. So you set a location and you expect people to show up and purchase your products. And without you doing anything. You wouldn't think that. You know that you would have to advertise in some way to let people know at least you were having a grand opening. Something to let them know that you existed, that you had the bakery. Something to let you know that you had that sweet, irresistible, mouth-watering confection that everyone wants. So you at least had to do some advertising, and then it grew from there by word of mouth. And before you know it, people were coming in. But you know that over time, you would still have to do some advertising. So maybe you post things in a local paper, maybe you post things on a bulletin board in some community areas, maybe you hand out flyers, maybe you ask your customers to share about the bakery. All of that is leveraging social interaction to produce results in your business. Social media is the same way. You've got to make some investment of time to make yourself known, to make your products and services known, to make people know about you and how great your stuff is, your services, your products, so that they will, one, purchase from you, and two, tell other people about you. So just like you would need to invest time and resources if you had a brick and mortar, you have to be willing to invest time and resources if you're growing a business online. And social media is the way to do that. So it's not a waste of time. It's an investment of time. But maybe you already know that. Or maybe not. And you may be wondering, well, am I guilty of social media neglect? If that is the vehicle I am using to help grow my business, have I been neglecting it? Have I been inconsistent in posting? Have I been inconsistent in my messaging? Have I been not engaging with other people in my community or in other communities I'm connected to? Have I just kind of showed up, stood in the back of the room, and then walked back out the door? No one knew I was even there. Have I been ignoring prospects? Maybe I do a post and somebody responds and they show an interest in my services by even getting on my email list, and I do nothing with it. So I have leads, which are people who are interested in my product, services, brand, or mission. And I have prospects, which are people who have indicated by their actions that they are interested in my product, services, mission, brand, or mission. And I'm still not doing anything with either one. I am guilty of social media neglect. And then, of course, I don't want to leave off the table, and this is probably not you, just the straight MIA. Missing in action, totally off the grid, totally disappeared. I'm out of here. You don't even remember my name until I come back because I have something to sell. Not a good look. So, these are some of the symptoms of social media neglect, right? But what happens? What's missing? Why does this happen? Typically, it's missing is a strategy. When you start thinking from a business perspective, you should have a strategy. When you have a strategy, social media is not a hindrance. It is a springboard. The strategy helps you understand how you want to leverage social media to grow your business. How do you grow your business from here, from point A to point B, and then C, D, E, F, G? There is a process. But without a strategy, you're just randomly posting and you're going to get random results. So what's the first thing? You want to set your social media goal. And so your social media goals will evolve over time as your business evolves over time. If you're starting out, your first goal should be all wrapped up in awareness. How do I get as many people as possible to know about me, my business, my product, my services, my brand, my mission? That's my goal. Because what I'm clear about, and what you should be clear about, They can't buy if they don't know you exist. They can't buy from you if they don't know you exist. Awareness is making sure they know you exist. Some other goals you may is engagement. Not only do I want you to know I exist, but I want you to interact with me. I want you to show a behavior by your behavior that what I am sharing has meaning and value to you. That's engagement. Other things such as conversions and obviously clients, all of those are part of the roadmap for your business. And there should be social media goals associated with moving your business along that roadmap. So that's the first thing you need to do, is to set your social media goals. And remember, SMART goals. Goals are, specific, measurable, actionable, or achievable, result-oriented, and time-bound. So as an example of that, I want to grow my Facebook group by 10% by the end of Q1. I have a specific thing that I want to do on social media that is in alignment with increasing my awareness. So my group, I want to see it grow by a specific percentage within a time-bound space by end of Q1. Those are the kind of goals you want to be able to set on social media. So once you set your goal, then you want to figure out, or as a part of setting your goal, pick a platform. Now, many people are on many platforms, and you can be on many platforms. However, I encourage you to pick one primary platform. The primary platform that will get you access to your target audience, the right access to your target audience. It could be Facebook, it could be LinkedIn, it could be Instagram, it could be Twitter, it could be TikTok, it could be Clubhouse. You decide. But pick one and stick with one. It's okay to be on multiple platforms, but if you are already being inconsistent, that just spreads you even thinner. So I encourage you to focus and follow through. Focus and follow through. Pick a platform. Next piece. Content. Did I say content? So it's great if I post every week, but if I'm posting random things not out of line that are not in alignment to what I'm trying to achieve, my goals, my focus for my brand, then I'm not going to see the results. So when I decide on the content, I need to have a content plan. And a content plan should speak to what I consider your pillar contents. What is your brand about? What problem do you solve? Who is your target audience? What product or services do you have? All of those should be reflective of your pillar content. And the content that you craft to post on social media should be engaging and also converting. Engaging says, come, let us talk. Let us work together. Let me share some tips and let me know how that works out for you. If you give me your email address, I will give you more tips or maybe an ebook. If you found this ebook valuable, how about setting up a strategy call with me? Converting. So that's engaging and converting. So your content should speak to both of those things. So here on this chart, you'll see 6 categories of content. 6 categories of content. And if you're interested in these, then you can find them in my community. I have a Facebook group called the Social Media Success Hotspot, where I drop all this kind of tips and techniques and information. So if you go there and join, you get this information. But the categories of content, because you're wondering, okay, how do I not sound like a broken record? I'm always posting the same thing. Diversify your content portfolio. I encourage you to diversify your content portfolio. Mix it up. Have some entertainment. Have some fun. Be willing to post things that aren't about your brand, but are about who you are, who your audience is. So for instance, the age-old Android versus iPhone. Android versus iPhone. Now, that is always a hot topic. Everyone wants to weigh in on that. So that is entertaining. It's fun to see how people, some people are diehard, iPhone users, some people are Androids to the ground. All of that. Those kind of posts always get a lot of engagement. I happen to be an Android user, but I love my MacBook Pro. So I'm an anomaly. There is a group of us like that. But I'm sharing that to say that's one type of content, right? It doesn't have to be about your brand, but it's something to engage with your audience. Other types, inspiration. We're all familiar with the quotes. But also, aside from the quotes, you can do things like trivia, share a story. All of those things can be inspirational. Education oriented. Share tips, techniques, resources. Things like, other links to websites that could be useful tools. Another is conversation-oriented posts. Things that are asking questions, conversation starters, querying people, polls. But also you want to add posts that connect with your people, right? And encourage them to connect with each other. And last but not least, promote your products and services. So out of the 6, you'll see just the last one is promotion. So a lot of the content you should be doing, if you think of the week, you have 7 days in a week, 1 day to rest. So now you're down to 6. You got 6 categories. Out of the 6, you have content that you could post each day out of these content categories. That right there could be your content plan. Once you lay it out, you must have a calendar. Map it out to a calendar. Know what is being posted on what day. You could use a Google Calendar. You could use a Google Sheet. You could use a Google Doc. From common things that people use are things like Trello, Asana. There's a lot of different ways you can manage your content calendar. But having a calendar allows you to put for the day what you're posting, what is the information, your caption, hashtags, what platforms you're posting it on, all of those kind of things, so that you know you're on track. And if you have a team, it becomes a resource for you to use for your team. Your team should be able to go to the content calendar and know what should be happening at a given point in time. Calendar is a must. Now you've laid out your content, you created your content plan and mapped it to a calendar. Now you just have to execute it. execute it. What does that mean? So you've got all the information, but you want to create the imagery or the creatives associated with the content. So you want to, maybe you're using something like Canva. You want to make sure you have compelling caption. You want to make sure you're using hashtags, and different platforms have different guidelines around using hashtags. But at the end of the day, hashtags help you extend the reach of your content. So you want to have that as a part of your plan. And you want to execute it by setting it up either to post manually on the platforms or to set it up with a scheduling tool. I happen to use socialchamp.io as the scheduling tool I use, but there are many tools out there, and you can set them up ahead of time and literally set it and forget it. Okay? There are tools that will post on the different platforms at the same time. You can set them up to randomly post. All of those functionalities depending on the different tools. But having a tool so that if you pick a particular day of the week to set up your schedule for the week, you can literally set it up and forget it. Okay? So that's executing on the content plan. Creating the content plan and then executing on it. 2 different steps, both equally important. And last but not least, how did I do? How do I know that I am making headway? This is when it comes to measuring the results. You want to measure results. So what does that look like? Well, if you have a Facebook group and your content is driving people to your group, then you should see growth in your group. If you have lead magnets and your content is driving people to sign up in your email list, you should see growth in that list. You should see growth in your number of connections or friends or whatever it is that you're trying to drive to measure success. If you have a group, you may want to look at the insights and see levels of engagement increasing. So those are measurements that are trackable. But at the end of the day, with SMART goals, you want to make sure that you have measuring criteria so that you can see that your work is working for you. Okay, so what's next? You created this roadmap, this strategy, social media strategy, right? And you want to know, what do I do next? Will you use it? Right? And then typically people set it up for a quarter and you revisit it for the next quarter and you tweak and tune it and you continue to evolve it as your business evolves. And maybe there's some new things you need to do or new things you need to learn and you need some help. Well, I invite you to join my community. My Facebook community is the Social Media Success Hotspot with Miss Nina B. And, I invite you to be a part of that community so that you can grow your social media to help grow your business and no more social media neglect. You can simply join by going joinmissninab.com. It'll take you straight there. You can also, join by reaching out to me directly. Connect with me either on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. I love to have you connected to me. But more than anything, let's not neglect social media. Let's leverage it as the tool that it is to grow your business. Thank you.
Out two-step, two-step, or maybe some of the saints that are out there that know a little bit about stepping. When you stepping down that choir stand, well, I'm here today to talk to you about a different kind of step. Because maybe some of you have also decided to join a sorority or fraternity where you're going to step. You got the Qs, the Omegas, the Deltas, the AKAs, so that's a different type of step. And then maybe you thought about, for the saints, like I said, that's out there, if you take one step, he'll make two. But today I'm here to tell you about a different kind of step. That is step up, step out, and step in. That's right. Step up and step out and step in. But before I do that, my name is Dr. Jennifer Harris. I'm the CEO and founder of Persis Pumps and Power. And I am so thrilled to just be talking to you today about how you can step up, step out, and step in. So let's start with the first step. Step up. Have you ever thought about stepping up to the plate, or have you ever heard that term, you need to step up your game? Well, in today's entrepreneur, especially as women, as business leaders, you really have to step up your game right now because it is so competitive. But not only that, you are in a league of your own. And when you step up to the game, you start stepping up into what it is that you desire to have in your business, what it is that you desire to have for your family. So step up, okay? Step up and step out and step in. Now let's talk about stepping out. Have you ever thought about what you're going to step out to? Or maybe you put on this nice outfit back in the day. I'm an oldies person, 90s, 80s, 90s type of baby. But have you thought about when you started to step out of the house, you had on the nice outfit, you just about to step out. But let's talk about today about stepping out into your destiny. Let's talk about stepping out into what it is that you desire to have for your family. So today's entrepreneurs, you really have to not only step up your game, but you have to step out into your mission. What is that mission that you know that you're going to have and want to do and be in your life? What are you going to step out of? Maybe some of you are stepping out of fear, or maybe you're stepping out of, toxic relationships, and also maybe stepping out of some bad decisions that you have made in the past. And either way, it's okay, because once you step up and you step out, then you can step into your destiny. You can start to step into what it is that your heart's desire. What type of business you're going to step in? What are you going to step into your purpose? Are you going to step into the wealth and the desire and the finances? Because one of my mentors often told me, wherever you are in life, your mind got there first. But you have to step out of what it is that you think that's holding you back and step into and make that jump, make that leap. And today, when we're talking about entrepreneurship, we know it's not a simple thing. We know it's not a simple task, but entrepreneurship is something. And as a business leader, you can do that. You can step out of fear. You can step out of your comfort zone. And many of you have been sitting a little bit comfy, just sitting back, waiting for things to happen. That's not how we're going to rock this time. This time, when you step out, you're going to be stepping into your purpose. And you're also going to be stepping into the joy and that you deserve and the happiness that you deserve to have in your life. So when I say, two-step, two-step, think about what you're stepping into. Think about oftentimes taking that leap and taking that jump. But not only that, what have you just held yourself back with? What if you, decided that, I tried that business thing. I tried that network marketing. I tried real estate. I tried, being an engineer. I tried whatever it is that you decided to try. But now it's time for you to really step up. And I want you to step up your confidence. I want you to step up not only just your confidence, but I want you to step up your belief. Because many times we may not have all the backing that we want, but when you believe in yourself and you believe in your dream, you can make things happen. And I just tell you just a quick story. When I was growing up, my dad, he made me play sports, okay? He made me play sports. I was like 4 or 5 years old, but he made me step up to that plate as a 5-year-old with that little T-ball. And I was like, okay, Dad, really, I was fearful. But what he was teaching me was to step out of my comfort zone. And also, he was teaching me to step into being a more confident little girl or more confident woman. So now when I'm in doing business deals or I'm traveling around the world, I have that self-confidence to not only just step up to whatever my dreams are, but you can also do the same thing. So think about what may have held you back over these last, 12 months, maybe 24 months. Think about what have held you back even in your business. What have you decided to step away from, knowing that you needed to step into and apply more pressure onto that business or apply more pressure onto your finances? So step up, step out, and step in. I want you to leave here just thinking about a different type of step. But now, not only that, for those of you that are believers, when you make one step, yes, he'll make two. And wherever you are in life, your mind got there first. So don't discourage and don't get discouraged. Don't stop from what it is that you're desired to do. And I'm just a country girl from, North Carolina. I am a real estate broker, entrepreneur. And I remember when I was stepping out of being a network engineer, I hated it. Of course, I was on weekend nights and I said, you know what? I have to step up my game because my mentor also told me repair your roof while it's sunny outside. And when I did that, I jumped and stepped into real estate, which has been phenomenal as far as my destiny. I have been doing that close to 2 decades now. But think about what it is that you may have put on the back burner. What are you willing to start to step into? I want you to write that down. I want you to write it down. What have you stepped away from? Now, it's great to step away from toxic relationships. It's great to step away from, frivolous debt and just endless spending. But you can never step away from your mindset. And you can never step away from your imagination because your imagination is the preview of life's coming attraction. And as a business owner, an entrepreneur, someone that maybe travel in the world or whatever, maybe some of you are just starting, but stepping into that. You have to see it before you see it or you never see it. And I just feel so passionate about that part. But step up into your destiny. Step up into your mission. Step up into your purpose. And not only that, you may have to leave some people behind. You may have to step out of your comfort zone and leave those, that are trying to hold you back. Some people may call them haters. You can call them, whatever you want to call it. But think about what it is that you know that you need to step up and step out into. So step up, step out, and step in. Because it's time to not only declare what you have and want to be and do in your life and in your business, but it's time to step into your purpose. And it's time to step into your destiny. Because no matter where you are in life, your mind got there first. So for those of you that may have just decided, you know what, I'm going to put this dreams or put this business on the back burner, I'm challenging you today to step up, step out, and start to step into what you know is rightfully yours. Again, I am Dr. Jennifer Harris, the CEO and founder of Purses, Pumps, and Power, and I just delighted to talk to you about two-step.
Let's get started. At the Impactpreneur Coaching Network, we inspire business owners at every stage of development to grow and prosper. The agenda for the course is an introduction and course overview, self-analysis, characteristics of successful entrepreneurs, small business failures and success, finding your space, risk, thinking like an entrepreneur, time management, and planning. Getting to know you. Who are you exactly? What makes you so amazing that you would like to create opportunities? What is your business idea and how did you come up with it? Was it something that you're passionate about? Is it something that someone led you to think that you wanted to do? You have to figure these things out. What's your motivation and your why? Is this a passion that you're motivated to do, or is it something you're just wanting to make money doing? Why is this important to you? Why did you start your business, or why do you want to own a business or wish to start a business? These are things that you need to figure out. You need to figure all of this out prior to starting that business. If you're already in business, you need to have all of these questions asked. What do you hope to learn from this course? These are things, whenever you take a course or a workshop, attend a conference, you always need to know what you plan to gain from that. Any knowledge that you gain should help you succeed. What is one goal for your business? This course is about finding your niche. Success depends on finding, developing, and refining a niche. Filling a need that is not being met. You have to create opportunities for whoever your customer is, whatever the business idea that you have. What are you trying to do that's different from someone else that's trying to do it or have already done it? You have to investigate the feasibility of this business idea. Just because you come up with a plan does not always mean it will work. A lot of people come up with ideas that they think will work. They're good ideas, but they don't know how to follow through and make them successful. That's what you need to try to accomplish. You have to complete your business plan. If you have not already done so, ask yourself the crucial questions. All questions need to be answered. Why are you doing this? Who are you doing it for? When do you plan to start? What are you doing? You need to know all of those prior to, or if you've already began, you need to figure that out now. Find your unique factor. Every business is unique. When I started my business, I didn't think there was a need for it, but it really is. A lot of entrepreneurs have no idea what they're doing. They just know they want to make money. Making money is fine, but if you're in it for the wrong reason, which is just to make money, more than likely you will not be successful. You have to always think positive, look at the big picture, and look outside the box in order to succeed. Planning helps you define what differentiates your business from others. If you plan ahead, go ahead, have your business plan, answer those crucial questions. You'll be ready for any obstacle that comes before you. Your most important asset. What is the one thing that your business has that no other business has? Think about it. You must think really hard about whatever you plan to do. Or if you've already started, what are you doing so different from everybody else? McDonald's and Burger King sell hamburgers. They're the same entity. However, McDonald's has the Big Mac, Burger King has the Whopper. They're basically the same thing, but the taste is different. You have to figure out what you're doing that's different from the other business if you're not creating something so unique. Self-analysis. Are you sure you want to do this? Are you a self-starter? You cannot be mediocre and expect results. You gotta be motivated enough to want to do everything. You can't wait on anybody else. You gotta be a self-starter. Do you get along with different personalities? Everyone don't. Everybody's not designed to be an entrepreneur. You have to know how to treat people, how to communicate with people, how to accept criticism. All criticism is not bad. You learn from the negative and you turn it into a positive. Do you have physical and emotional stamina? You've got to be ready for the journey, whatever it takes. If you plan to do this and be an entrepreneur, you've got to be ready for it. Whatever you do today determines your tomorrow. Are you good at making decisions? Some people are not. Some people like for others to help them decide. You've got to move quick and think quick when you're an entrepreneur. A lot of times you don't have time to think or assess anything. You've got to be ready for action at the spur of the moment. How well do you plan and organize? You've got to get yourself organized. I was one of those people that was very unorganized. I wanted to do this, do that. Sometimes I think I'm ADD. I was doing so much. I would not plan, or I'd put something on the calendar, then I'd forget about that because I didn't check my calendar. Now I do everything with my calendar. If it's not on my calendar and I don't get a reminder, it does not get done. I have to make sure that I stick by my calendar. If I plan something that's outside of work, I make sure that I allot enough time for that. You have to allot enough time for meetings, whatever is included in your business. You have to plan and be organized. That's very important. Is your drive strong enough to maintain your motivation? You gotta stay motivated. No matter what you do, you gotta stay motivated. If you plan to be successful, you gotta commit to that idea and stick to it. No matter what happened, no matter what's going on, you never allow anything to steal your motivation, because this is something you want and you've got to do it. How will the business affect your family? That's a biggie. You have to plan for family time. You have to plan for your business. You always commit to whatever you're doing. If you tell your family that you'll be off on a Saturday and something comes up, if it's very crucial and you cannot afford to miss it, schedule around it. See if you can schedule another time. If not, take the time, plan out a quick meeting, take care of that, and get back to your family. Family is very important. You don't want to lose your family because of some idea that you had and you think you can make this money. Money is not everything. Family is important. The characteristics of a successful entrepreneur. Passion. You have got to have the passion for this idea. Whatever you committed to, you have got to have the passion for it. You always think, I'm committed, I'm going to do whatever, and I'm going to devote myself all the way. You've got to be persistent in doing this. You've got to always strive to make things happen no matter what. Good health, high energy. Take time and exercise. Take time and meditate. Whatever your good health habit is, make sure you take time for it. I'm one of those, I'm an early bird. I don't get a lot of rest, but that comes from when I had my job. I go to bed late, but I'm an early riser. I'm up early, so I try and get a little exercise in. If it's no more than 30 minutes, whatever it takes. Even if I'm at the office, I'll stand up, walk in place, whatever it takes, as long as I can get a few minutes to keep myself healthy. I try to eat healthy, but that doesn't always pan out. Whatever it takes to keep your high energy level up, because you've got to be ready for whatever you're doing in your business. Creative and innovative. Now that's an area I'm not good at. I'll tell people, I let people do what they do. I'm not a creator, so I know this. I already know this, but I don't mind asking for help when I need it. I'm very independent and self-motivated. I don't need a lot of people to help me decide if this is what I want to do. I'm very independent. And sometimes my husband tell me I'm too independent. But I guess I was brought up that way, and I don't know any other way. But it's a good characteristic for me. Intuitive. You have got to know what you're doing. Be aware of whatever it is, and get immediate understanding. Self-confidence comes from knowing what you're doing. If you decide you want to make widgets, make the widgets. Know in your heart that you can make those widgets and be good at making widgets. If you're confident and believe in yourself, if you're selling a product, you can sell that product because your confidence is so high that people will believe in your product. And you have to make them believe. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else will. You have to have the desire to work hard. Hard work has never hurt anybody. If you plan to be successful, you wouldn't mind working hard. Resourceful. You've got to be resourceful. I always tell my clients, if I don't know, I know somebody that know. I have a large network, and it really doesn't matter what it is. 9 times out of 10, I know somebody that can help with whatever the issue is that come up. Build your network so you can have the resources. It doesn't always mean resourceful as far as money. If you have someone that you can count on to help you out with whatever the issue is, that's a good resource. Personal initiative. You have got to take whatever action is necessary to overcome the barriers, any setbacks, or whatever it is to reach your goal. You don't want anything to hinder you from reaching your goal. There's 6 steps that you can take to develop your own initiative. Develop a career plan. Build your self-confidence. Spot opportunities and potential improvements. Check your idea. Develop persistence and find balance. All those will help you with your personal initiative. Or you're a calculated risk taker. I am. I have always been that way. I just figure you can't get anything done if you don't take risks. My sister would always tell me when I was younger, and I think that's where I got it. Scared money can't make any money. She was big on investments. And every time she would tell me about something, I would say, I don't know about that, or I don't think I want to do that. But she would always say, scared money don't make any money. And that's true. If you're not a risk taker, how do you know your idea is going to succeed? Everybody's not going to be on board with you. So you've got to take a chance on your idea. Because like I said, if you don't believe in your idea or your business, nobody else will. A lot of times you need to assess whatever the pros and cons are. But in the long run, most of the time, it ends up being very good. Vision. Do you have a vision for growth or success? You've got to decide, is this something I want? Do I see it? Can I see the big picture? Inquisitive. You have got to make sure you are positive. Not always curious, but you can be neutral, but always show interest in what you're doing. If you're high energy strong and you want to really make people believe in what you're doing, you'll ask questions, you will get all the training, you will do whatever is necessary with confidence to be successful. Strong driving to achieve. When I was 12, I wanted to learn to type. Someone gave my mom an old typewriter, and I picked on it. I learned to type on that typewriter, but I wasn't doing it the correct way. My mom said, unless you learn that keyboard, you won't learn to type. So I had a drive to achieve typing. I really wanted to learn because that was something I didn't know anything about typing then. And it was an old typewriter, the kind you pick. I finally learned, but I had a drive. I typed every day. That gave me the determination to want to do more. That drive is something that everybody don't possess because they're not in it for the right reason. You've got to possess that drive to want to succeed. Are you highly reliable? You've got to be trustworthy because in all of my years of doing business, I'm a strong believer. If you tell someone that you'll do something or you'll provide something for them, you've got to do what you say. And all you have to give a person and keep yourself is your word. If you can't keep that, you don't have anything to give anybody. And you've got to be realistic. I know I can't be a rocket scientist. Number one, I don't like science. I'm afraid of heights. So I cannot say I'm going to produce this rocket because I know nothing about rockets. I know a little about science, but not enough to make a rocket. Being realistic is very important whenever you're doing your business. Commitment is a big one. I'm big on commitment. Commitment is the most important part, I think, of any business. If you're not committed, you won't succeed. Problem-solving skills. You must be able to solve problems. Solving problems is easy, but it's hard. The only thing hard about it is what you make it. And nothing is hard unless you make it. A lot of people don't know if they think that way, they can accomplish anything. No problem is ever too large that it can't be solved. It may take a while, but it'll eventually be solved. Tolerance for ambiguity. You got to be tolerant for really anything. The entire business, you need to be tolerant for you've got to be open to any other suggestions. My way may seem right to me, but someone else may have a better idea, and it may not take as long. You've got to be tolerant to those that may want to help you, but you think your way is the best way. You know, strong integrity. You gotta have good integrity. Oh, very strong. If your integrity is not strong, you may miss out on a lot of business. Having good quality, good strong qualities, and moral principles are very important when it comes to business. People need to know that you have good integrity. The ability to consolidate resources. You need the ability to consolidate resources. That goes a long way. Being able to put things together and get them done, having products or services that your customers need to consolidate is really a good characteristic. You have to have strong organizational skills. Some entrepreneurs refuse to learn. They don't want to team up and get things organized, lead. You must have the ability to stay focused on different tasks. Like I said earlier, sometimes I think I'm ADD because I'll start doing one thing and then I'll get a call and I'll leave that, start doing something else. But then I have to think, in order for me to be efficient, I've got to do everything in order. Competitive. You've got to be very competitive. If your business is one that competes with someone else, you've always got to be planning how you can make your business better. Always. In order to achieve the outcome that you want to get, you've got to stay steady. You've got to focus on what they're doing. Know your target. Know what they need. And be able to give them what they need. You've got to have a tolerance for failure. Remember, all bad things happen for a reason. If you fail at one thing, try and figure out how you can make it better. Do it again. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Never give up. You never lose until you quit. You've got to have a sense of humor and fun. Everything is not always so serious. I'm one of those happy-go-lucky people. Even when bad things happen, I can find the humor in it. Because if you don't find humor in some things or make it fun, you'll stress yourself out. And you cannot allow this business to stress you out. That's how you just stay calm and be ready for the next day. Nothing is so bad that you can overcome it. You have to have a sense of urgency. If you have a product for sale and You have a delivery date. I look at Amazon. Amazon Prime. If they tell you you will have something in 2 days, you have it in those 2 days. Sometimes I order things and I get it early, but it depends on what it is. If you have a product for sale and you don't think you can deliver it on time, at least communicate with your client and let them know there's a back order in shipping or something, but don't ignore. Always treat your clients as urgent. That's how you maintain your business. You always do this for your client. Emotional stability. You've got to be stable. You can't be a basket case walking around waiting to go off on people when things happen. I'll never forget, I had a client. She was a nurse, and she wanted to talk to me at like 11 o'clock at night. I said fine, because that was her hours. I had to be there, and I always tell my clients, if I can't be there when you need me, you don't need me. So I always make it a point. If someone needs me after hours, I'm there, because I'm trying to be there for my clients, and I have the desire to want to do whatever it takes to make them satisfied. You have to be ready to handle difficult situations, handle adversity, and remain productive, all while you maintaining your emotional stability. You can develop emotional stability by getting sleep. You got to get good quality sleep. Practice self-care. You can ground yourself by meditating, or just create structure. Those are things you can do for emotional stability. Goal-oriented behavior. This actually falls in the range of motivation. You just have to make sure that you stay focused on your goal in order to accomplish. What successful entrepreneurs are not. They're not people that take risks without calculating the consequences. Not at all. People that do not look for resources or help. People who are not realistic. People that only desire to be rich. People that don't have a life outside of their work. These are a lot of things entrepreneurs don't think about, because all they can think about is, I have this product or service and I need to make money. And at the time, that's all that's important to them. But that's not a plan for success. Small businesses fail because of lack of experience. A lot of business owners don't have experience. Sometimes they have the knowledge, but not the experience. Insufficient capital, no money, That's a lot of small business problems. Poor location. A lot of time, and I call it cheap. Being cheap is not the best way. Just because a location is inexpensive does not mean you will really gain any customers. It has to be a good location if you plan to be a real business. Because if people don't know you're there, they're not going to patronize you. Poor inventory management, poor internal controls. If you have a product and you cannot supply your customers, you're not going to be successful. You can't buy 1 or 2 widgets and expect to sell them to 5,000 clients. Eventually, people will say they can never get me what I need, and they'll go somewhere else. Overinvestment in fixed assets. Just like you're in a poor location, if you invest in the Eiffel Tower and you know rent at the Eiffel Tower is $25,000 a month, but you only get $1,500 a month, you already know you won't succeed. You may stay in business long enough to get a couple of clients, but at that rate, it's too expensive for you. So you know you cannot sustain success if you go that route. Poor credit arrangements. That goes a long way. You can have bad credit, but poor credit arrangements, you need to order something, you can't get it because of your credit. Your supplier is not willing to extend you any more credit. So you don't have the widgets to supply your clients. Personal use of business funds and poor record keeping. You shouldn't commingle your funds. I tell all entrepreneurs, you need a business banking account. Most clients or customers are not willing to write a check to Jane Doe because you did work in the business of whatever you're doing. They don't like that because they like to keep good records, and you cannot run your household and your business on the same account. I have my account. My husband is an entrepreneur. He has his account, and we have our personal account. We don't mingle our businesses together. He has his business account, I have mine, and we keep it that way. You have to keep good records. I use QuickBooks. I like QuickBooks because it does what I need. I'm not advocating for QuickBooks, but I like what it does for me. You have to be prepared for unexpected growth. If you're a small business, you got to think. I always think 5 years ahead. Every year I think I add another year, because you have to have a vision to see where you want to be 5, 10, 2 years, 20 years. Where do you want to be? So you always have to be ready for that unexpected growth. Not enough attention paid to the competition or market conditions. Whatever you're doing, you need to always know what your competitor is, what the market condition is. McDonald's always know what Burger King is doing. Burger King always know what McDonald's and Wendy's are doing. They always keep an eye on Chick-fil-A. Even though they all sell something different, they're all restaurants, and they all want to stay in business. So you always have to pay attention to your competitor or whatever the market is doing. If you have low sales, you have to be creative, come up with a plan, do some marketing. But that's not going to help if you're not doing anything for your business. Poor pricing. A lot of small businesses price themselves right out of business. They want the money now. We've got to have it now. I sell pencils. My pencils are $5. I can go to Dollar General and get 5 pencils for $1. You can't overprice yourself out of business. Not enough attention paid to the target market. Who is your target? Know what your target is. Know who they are and what they need. That's how you stay in business. Lack of planning. Small businesses fail because they fail to plan. You gotta plan. Lack of sticking to plans and budgets. Again, if I plan to sell jackrabbits, I've got to stick to selling jackrabbits. If my budget is $25, I can't say, oh, the market is hot now, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. You've got to be willing to say, okay, it's better to sell 5 jackrabbits than try to sell one at $70 instead of $25. Whatever it is, you've got to stick to your plan and budget. You cannot go over. I have a budget sheet that I use for my business. It does not matter if I'm doing something for my house and I don't have the money. I don't go in my business and get it out. I just don't do it. It doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter how bad I want to do it. I don't do it if I don't have the money, because it's not so important to me that I've got to have it. That means my business will go lacking because I took from my business for something personal that I wanted, and I don't do that. And most business owners don't, but a lot of small businesses will. Entrepreneur weaknesses: personal problems, financial situations, too much control, workaholic, not enough experience, communication skills, time management. What weaknesses do you have? We've got to think about that. Whatever weaknesses we have, those tend to control our business, and we can't give that weakness that much power. Why small businesses succeed: they have a clear sense of what they offer. They base their goals on realistic expectations, understand their strengths and weaknesses in comparison to the competition, focus on correct group of clients, target market, specialize in resolving customer problems, are organized for maximum flexibility, create loyalty among clients and assure that they return, construct relationships based on quality, honest attention to clients, they keep good records, and they maintain diligence in costs, prices, and profits. This is why businesses succeed. Not only small businesses, medium and seasoned business. Entrepreneurs take a lot of risk. They risk failure, loss of their own money, Because when you start, most entrepreneurs start with their own money. They have many long, hard hours of work. Family problems. If your family don't understand what you're doing, if they're not on the same page, that will cause family problems. Bad timing. The timing has to be right. If you do everything right, your timing will be right. On the upside, reasons people become self-employed because it helps you control your destiny. You can be your own boss. You can do the things you want to do, go places you want to go, spend time with your family. The financial reward, it may not be lucrative at first. Some people luck out and really make it big of one sale. Everybody's not going to do that. But hard work and long hours directly benefit you. The growth potential is not limited. If you're on a 9 to 5, you're only making X amount of dollars. But the growth potential is unlimited when you're self-employed. You have variety, challenges, and opportunities to learn. There's no limit on the knowledge you can gain from being self-employed. You have a creative urge and you do what you love to do. I really enjoy what I'm doing. And if you don't enjoy it, if it's not a passion for you, maybe you shouldn't do it. But most self-employed individuals, some people are just pushed into it, and it turns out that that is their gift. But if you love what you do it. Think like an entrepreneur. How does an entrepreneur think and act? They understand and pay attention to profitability, manage time effectively, behave ethically, distribute scarce resources effectively. They plan, have a balanced personal life, is creative and innovative, and they brainstorm. Always thinking. My mind is always turning because I think of things, I can do this a different way, or I talk to somebody and they give me an idea of something I can do, or something they say will click. The importance of profit. Profit is the positive difference between what you earn from selling your goods and services and what you pay to produce them. If you're paying too much to produce them, your profit is not going to be great. Use your profit as the only measure of success can be dangerous. It's very dangerous. Cash is king. You need to have sufficient cash flow in order to run your operation. Like I say, I don't touch my business account for anything unless it's business related. Businesses should do regular profitability calculations. Understanding profitability makes it possible to administer your resources most efficiently. Bootstrapping. Getting by with as few resources as possible and gaining the most possible with what you have. Utilizing all of your skills and abilities to make your business viable. To finance a new business, you might need to have 3 jobs, take a loan from a friend or family, sell stock or valuable possessions, take a second mortgage on your house. Bootstrapping also means to look for non-conventional ways to generate income, to minimize cost and maximize your earnings. Effective time management. Time management is extremely important. Good time management requires discipline and organization, but it'll help you become more efficient and improve the quality of your work. It always will. If you start before you get up in the morning, think about what you're doing, plan your day, you'll always have good time management. Before I get out of the bed, I grab my phone, I look at my calendar, I look at what I have going on for the day, and I plan around that, and I make everything happen. Sometimes I'm able to squeeze something extra in. Sometimes I may not, but I always make sure I get everything done that I'm supposed to do for that day. The importance of personal planning, that's where the boundaries should be established between your work and family and your free time. I work my time around my husband. On the weekends, I have my grandkids. I try and manage everything around whatever they want to do, because when they're there, that's their time, and I make sure they have me when they need me. The importance of planning. Look at your business as a whole. You use it as a guide in making daily decisions, useful communication tools, and increase your chances for success. Planning helps you see the future business opportunities. Planning can also make improvements based on your re-evaluation and past plans. Planning takes action, not reaction. Planning also gives you the opportunity to ask yourself questions, key questions. Planning is a vital part of being an entrepreneur. Why do you plan? When do you plan? You are always planning. Consistently planning. Before I go to bed, I have my little notebook, and I'll write down something that I always have a notebook. I always write down things as they come into my mind, and eventually you'll see where you can use that idea or that thought. The planning process is dynamic. It is not only a reaction to a critical event, it needs to be integrated into your daily administration of your business. It's the key to success in guiding your business through both difficult and easy times. When the pandemic hit, I thought I was just not going to have any clients. I think I picked up a few because people were at home and they started thinking, how can I do this? How can I do that? And they called. It was really, even though the pandemic was bad, it was good for me because it helped me help them. Planning should be flexible and reflect reality, always. You have to plan for it. The pandemic gave a lot of people clearer perspective in what they wanted to do. Even though we didn't know it was coming or it was going to be as bad as it was, we had to plan around it. We had to be ready and be realistic about the effects. Now let's talk about you. These questions are the questions that you saw in the beginning. Who are you? What is your business idea? How did you come up with it? What's your motivation and your why? Think about your why, not the how, the why. What did you hope to learn from this class? And what's one goal for your business? If you have questions, please send an email to support@impactpreneurcoachingnetwork.com. That's support@impactpreneurcoachingnetwork.com. Let me help you help you.